Good morning, team. You can let me know when you're ready. If you want to give a countdown, I'm ready.
You can begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie. I'm at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023, and we are convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:30 a.m., and I'm calling to order this hearing. Today marks the committee's third performance oversight hearing, and we are hearing from three agencies: the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, and the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. We will begin with opening statements from any colleagues on the council who joined this morning before moving to public witness testimony and questions, followed by a government witness for each agency. As a reminder, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. Witnesses may also, and we encourage them, to provide written testimony to the committee via email. I'd also like to remind everyone that all participants should please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. The first entity we're going to hear from this morning is the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, or the OCFO. The agency is an independent agency in the district that assists the mayor and council in enhancing the fiscal and financial stability, accountability, and integrity of the government of the District of Columbia. The office ensures that district spending levels remain within approved budgets and available revenues for each fiscal year so that spending deficits do not occur. They help maintain adequate cash balances, minimize receivables balances, manages the district's debt and finances, improves tax payment compliance, develops and supports financial management systems that provide accurate and timely information, and produces the district's annual comprehensive financial report. With that, I'm going to turn to our first panel of public witnesses. We didn't have very many public witnesses to sign up to testify this morning, but we look forward to hearing from those who did. That includes Madeline Brown with the Urban Institute, Renee T, I only have an initial, who's with the nonprofit Housing Cooperative, Vanessa Bertelli. Those are the three witnesses who signed up to testify. And we will begin with Madeline Brown. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Chairman McDuffie and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm a senior policy associate at the Urban Institute, and I co-lead a research initiative focused on baby bonds with my colleague Ofrano Abiyu, a senior research associate who also co-authored this testimony. The views we express today are our own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders. We recently co-authored a brief, The State of Baby Bonds, in which we outlined 6 design features that would help baby bonds reduce racial wealth inequities. These design features are 1, universal eligibility and automatic enrollment, 2, financial progressivity, 3, flexible use of funds, 4, public funding, and 5, substantial endowments, and 6, individual account holders. Today, we would like to call attention to 4 sections of the proposed rules that, if enacted, could pose risks to universal eligibility, automatic enrollment, and flexible use of funds. Baby bonds programs, as originally designed, are for all children born in a given jurisdiction. Automatic enrollment at birth maximizes inclusivity and ensures children do not miss out if families are unaware of the program or choose not to sign up because of administrative burden or other factors. There are 3 sections of the rules as proposed that may unintentionally exclude eligible children. First, Section 43991 requires participants to have lived in DC for 16 years prior to becoming a legal adult, including the 12 months prior to turning 18. These residency requirements may be restrictive given the high level of movement in and out of the district into neighboring counties. Furthermore, between 2010 and 2020, more than half of foster children under the care of DC CFSA had placements outside of the district. To ensure some children are not unintentionally excluded, DC could consider reciprocity with counties in the DMV area, or could allow for brief changes in residency to accommodate children whose families may have to move. The rules can also be amended to clarify that foster youth under the care of CFSA and any children they have while in care count as domiciled in DC, even if their foster care placement is in another state. Second, section 43011C and F requires parental consent provided to DHS to enroll children in the program. And section 43031A requires enrollees to request a distribution when they reach the age of majority. These features could exclude eligible recipients from receiving their funds because they require participants to take action to enroll and receive disbursement rather than making these automatic processes. Complicated application procedures have deterred many eligible families from signing up for similar programs such as SNAP. The council could consider an opt-out structure wherein children are automatically enrolled at birth unless their parents request that they not be. If an opt-out system is not possible, we recommend a comprehensive public awareness campaign. Finally, section 43031A only allows enrollees a single year to request their distributions. This timeframe is inconsistent with all other legislative proposals for baby bonds programs and goes against best practices from the 529 and college savings account field. The vast majority of other proposals give recipients at least until the age of 30 to spend their allocated dollars. Further, 529 plans do not have specific withdrawal deadlines. Our research indicates that fidelity to the principles of universal eligibility, automatic enrollment, and flexible use of funds makes baby bonds programs more likely to reduce racial wealth inequities. We appreciate your time today and consideration of this testimony and the written version, which I've also submitted, and welcome any future opportunity to share research and data with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. I really appreciate it. And I will have a couple questions if you could stick around based on the testimony that you provided. And we do have your testimony right as well. Next will be Renee T. With the nonprofit Housing Cooperative. Good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman McDuffie and distinguished members of the committee. It's an honor to provide oral testimony about the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the committee's oversight over OCFO's performance. My name is Renee, and I'm a Ward 3 resident and representative of a nonprofit housing cooperative here in DC, where I'm a co-op owner and on its board of directors. I'm providing oral testimony to the committee as someone who's been incredibly frustrated with OCFO's Office of Tax and Revenue, in particular with the Real Property Tax Administration. For the committee's reference, I provided written testimony for the public record as well as some data points. Because of my limited time, I just wanted to highlight some of the data per the modernized integrated tax system, which is the system of record for DC property taxes. Just some background. Co-ops, unlike single-family homes or condos, get one tax bill for the entire property. DC is only second to New York City in the number of co-ops. Despite our ownership structure, co-ops can participate in the same benefits like homestead, trash credit, or senior citizen tax benefits afforded to other home ownership structures. There are only 275 properties in the district that are co-ops, which is a fairly low number. According to the data, 50% of all co-ops have no homesteaders. 64% of these co-ops with no homesteaders are in Ward 7 and 8. This is highly suspect that there isn't a single homeowner occupant in these 50%. I'm merely asking what the root cause as to why these co-ops aren't getting their tax benefits. My suspicion is the rollout of the mytax.dc.gov and DC Office of Tax and Revenue's rollout of this, and the dismissal of like my public comment during the publication of the rules in the DC Register. I just think that there are some glaring data points here that DC residents, in particular the most vulnerable, aren't getting the tax benefits entitled to them under the law. The OCFO believes that agency performance is about highlighting the fluff that you're about to hear about, unnecessary agency performance plans that very few people read or care about. And now that we have a new CFO, I asked the chairman and the committee to ask, when Gandhi was the CFO several years ago, and I'd venture to say most folks will not know what the agency performance plans were 8 years or whatever, however many years it was. And I'm not here to bash everything that OCFO has done, I believe that the Office of Finance and Treasury in developing the regs for the baby bond programs is good, as well as DC revenue reports. Looks like I'm running out of time, so I'll just leave it at that. And I just like to request that the chairman and the committee really look into OCFO's performance and administration of the tax programs. Thank you.
Got it. And thank you for your testimony this morning. The last public witness who signed up with the committee prior to today to provide oral testimony is Vanessa Bertelli. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, Committee Chair McDuffie, committee members, and Chief Financial Officer Lee and staff. My name is Vanessa Bertelli, and I live in Ward 4 with my family. I advise different groups and coalitions on the electrification of our buildings and more generally on the transition to a fossil fuel-free economy. I would like to thank the Office of the Chief Financial Officer for its diligence, and I would like to encourage it to lead on environmental fiscal planning. In particular, the Chief Financial Officer's leadership is needed in 3 areas. The first one is integrating environmental costs and benefits into medium and longer term fiscal planning. The second one is creatively and proactively addressing fiscal impact statements of climate legislation. And the third one is divesting from fossil fuels. The fiscal risk of climate change is immense. An analysis from the Network for Greening and the Financial System estimates that by the end of the century, climate change could reduce US GDP by 3 to 10% and lead to a revenue loss of $2 trillion per year. This finding was the basis for the unprecedented investment from the federal government in measures to tackle the climate crisis. The socioeconomic consequences of climate change affect the fiscal sustainability of national and local government budgets in the medium and long term. Yet only a few governments consider climate risk in their fiscal sustainability assessment plans. I would like the District of Columbia to be one of those governments. Second point, as you know, greenhouse gas emissions from buildings account for 76% of all district emissions. So addressing emissions from buildings is an order of magnitude more pressing than many other initiatives. The DC Council has recently passed or introduced a number of important bills that are aimed at electrifying residential and commercial buildings. Many more bills will need to be funded. So best practices are emerging on how to conduct fiscal impact statements to correctly evaluate the costs and benefits of investing in curbing climate change. I would like the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to find a way to be creative about considering costs and benefits beyond the constraints of the 4-year plan. And last, investment in fossil fuels are incompatible with the financial well-being of the district and its residents. Economists have raised alarm for many years about the growing risks of a fossil fuel stranded asset bubble. A recent report draws attention to the fact that the value of fossil fuel assets could suddenly be wiped out as demand drops as a result of climate change mitigation policies, changes in consumer preferences, and technological developments. This could cause a financial market crisis worse than that of 2008. With the recent studies about how methane gas burnt inside our homes is related to childhood asthma, and with the rebates and tax credits offered by the Inflation Reduction Act, many more businesses and families, including mine, will choose to transition off fossil fuels. If the Office of the Chief Financial Officer cannot divest from Wells Fargo, which has not a good track record on climate, it certainly has the clout to demand that its money and that of the district residents through the pension funds are invested differently.
Bertelli,
Thank you.
time is,
Thank you for your time and attention.
and thank you for your testimony. I'm not sure if you already sent your testimony via email, but if you'd like to do so,
I will now.
certainly
Thank
welcome it. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. Just a couple quick questions for witnesses. I do have your written testimony, Renee, but I just got it this morning. Is there a specific question you want us to ask the OCFO when they come up today? I obviously heard your testimony this morning and your request for tax relief for cooperative property owners, but what specifically?
Yes. I mean, as I mentioned, co-ops are entitled to the same tax benefits, homestead, like other DC homeowners. If you're an owner occupant here in the district, it's to abate, the especially gentrification in the city. I would like the committee to ask the chief financial officer, why is it, and the wide variance as to why a lot of co-ops are not getting the tax benefits that's entitled to them under the law. Since the rollout of the MyTax.dc.gov system, a lot of this stuff, as the previous, as Ms. Brown mentioned, it's overly bureaucratic, and a lot of people will fall through the cracks. And this, in my view, the chief financial officer is setting up multiple hurdles for people to get a tax benefit that isn't supported by the law, and people can't invoke of their tax benefits. Something as simple as putting an application online will be very cumbersome for a lot of people to get over.
Got it. Thank you for that. Let me turn to Madeline Brown. I appreciate your testimony and wanted to dig in just a little bit more on your recommendations, and thank you for making those recommendations. I'm pulling up your written testimony now. Here we go. So you had some specific recommendations about the proposed rules, and I want to just give you an opportunity to expand a little bit more on these. So section 4399.1, which you mentioned, defines residency requirement. So it is fairly common, with folks who would be eligible, babies who would be eligible for this benefit, given that many of these folks are born in the cycles of poverty. I imagine it's fairly common to move frequently, and some of those moves may include moving out of the district to some neighboring jurisdiction and moving back to the district. So just give me your thoughts about, and this is fairly novel still program. I don't know if you've seen where some similar benefit has worked in a way that you recommended in some other jurisdiction, that we might adjust the rules or even the code to account for this recommendation about amending the rules to clarify that foster youth or others who move during the time period but are district residents ultimately when they reach the age of majority and otherwise are eligible. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. And thank you for your question. I think my primary thoughts here have to do specifically with the nature of DC's population and the nature of the movement of folks who live in DC into neighboring counties, given that the DMV operates really as a metropolitan area. And so we are concerned that 16 years is too high, given how much people often have to move again between the district and specifically neighboring counties in Virginia and Maryland. So we know that in 2019, about 4,000 people moved from DC to the suburbs, and about 4,000 moved from the suburbs to DC. And again, specifically looking at foster youth as a target population, when we looked at those numbers, my colleagues here at the Urban Institute were able to run some of them for me. And we found that, again, over the last 10 years, more than half of foster children had placements outside of the district. And so they're currently in the rules. Based on our research, we wanted to just make sure that there are allowances for the type of movement that I think is expected for residents in DC, very common, especially, again, with counties that border the district.
Okay. And section 4301.1 C and F, you made another recommendation around parental consent. And I want to move right to where you actually make the recommendation. I'm going to let you just, if you could, just talk a little bit more about that, because the idea when we drafted this was to try to make this as accessible to eligible recipients as possible. And when I look at the code in terms of what enrollment should look like, it specifically says that it should be automatic. In terms of disbursement, there's something different because we need to determine that those who were otherwise eligible when they were born are still eligible when they reach the age of, when they turn 18 years old. And so the code does require that enrollees certify. Just briefly, if you could talk a little bit more about that recommendation and whether you even think some of the rules are consistent or inconsistent with the code as it exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think based on our research, again, on similar programs, SNAP, also the Assets for Independence evaluation, we have found that any programs like this that can really focus on and highlight automatic enrollment, such that the enrollment happens again without the express consent of families, not to say that they aren't aware or don't need to be made aware for privacy concerns, but that they don't, the burden is not on them to enroll themselves or their children in this program. And I think from the research, the language in the proposed rules around specifically, parents needing to provide that consent at the get-go to DHS, and then on the back end for children needing to request that disbursement, rather than that first step being from the district to those families and children to say, you are eligible, here's what we would need from you, is just making sure that, again, that first step comes from the district and not the families or the potential recipients.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I'm gonna point something out just because I'm gonna follow up with this when the CFO testifies shortly. But the way I read the code under Section 6 regarding enrollment in the program, it says enrollment in the CTF program shall be automatic. And I'm curious as to why the rules be written in a way that seems to be inconsistent with the plain language of the law. You laid out a good case for why it shouldn't be, but I'm on its face, it just seems not to be in line with what we intended when we passed this law. So I'm going to ask the CFO about that. And then you go on to make, I think, one more recommendation that I want to get you to, let me see if I can find it. Was there another recommendation you made as well? No,
The last one is just around the time that the recipients have to use the funds.
Okay.
Which
Right.
in the rules as proposed under Section 43031A only allows enrollees a single year to request their distributions. And I believe that this was not something that was specified in the original code and has been further expanded upon in the rules. And again, is just inconsistent based on our research. We've done a scan of all of the other baby bonds legislation that exists out there. We have a brief that covers it. And all of the other programs give recipients, I guess the legislation, I should say, gives the recipients at least until the age of 30 to spend and request their allocated dollars.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, the idea, the thrust behind this, and I know because, we wrote it, is just one of, I think, a myriad of ways that government should be looking to help close what, in the case of DC, is a stark racial wealth gap. And it doesn't make sense that someone would be cut off from receiving this benefit after a year. So I'm curious to hear from the CFO and their team as to why this rule is written in the way that it is. It seems to be extraordinarily restrictive given the intent behind this law. So thank you for your testimony. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't have any, and we will be following up just to offline likely to talk a little bit more about this, but For now, I'm going to leave it there. I don't have any additional questions for the witnesses. I want to thank each of you for your testimony this morning. And we're going to transition to our government witness. Actually see if any of my colleagues have joined before I transition to our government witness. I do not see any council members here. So I want to thank again all the public witnesses who provided oral testimony this morning. We really appreciate you taking the time to do so. Any witnesses who haven't yet would like to provide written testimony can still do so. And under our new council rules, Mr. CFO, the committee is swearing in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you could, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, under penalty of the law, that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you again, and good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Glenn Lee, and I am the Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning to discuss the fiscal year 2022 performance for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the OCFO. I'm joined today by our Deputy CFO staff, including Angel Jacobs, Carmen Pigler, Keith Richardson, Fitzroy Lee, our General Counsel, David Singh, and Paul Lundquist, our Executive Director of Management and Administration, and others who are able to assist with answering your questions later on this morning after my presentation. The written version of our presentation was submitted to your staff, provides information on our purpose, our values, our core responsibilities, as well as activities and accomplishments for fiscal year 2022. However, in the interest of time, I will focus on our most important initiatives currently underway. But before I start, I want to thank our employees. OCFO's successes and accomplishments are not possible without their hard work and dedication and commitment to public service. I'm deeply grateful to their service to OCFO and the district and its residents. So if we can, we'll move right to slide 14, please. The first item I want to discuss is our ongoing effort to improve the taxpayer experience. We have created from our own staff, the Tax System Center of Excellence. Basically, it guides the use of technology to improve taxpayer interactions with our tax administration teams while ensuring we administer taxes securely and efficiently. This slide describes 3 of their initiatives. First is the implementation of a cloud-based contact center as a service program, which uses state-of-the-art technology to improve our interaction between taxpayers and our staff over multiple channels in multiple forms. Second is we're expanding uses of our mytax.dc.gov website so that more business by taxpayers can be accomplished, as well as more communications can be disseminated to taxpayers. And then finally, we're implementing a mobile app for our field property tax assessors so that they can load information about properties as they're out in the field more efficiently and accurately into the district's computer-aided mass appraisal system. We think this is a real efficiency gain, so we look forward to implementing that in 2023. Next slide, please. We just introduced a diversity and inclusion initiative we call Tapestry. Its goal is to create an employment environment that is fully accepting of differences among our current and future employees. I believe that this environment leads to employees who know that they are valued and their contributions matter, which in turn leads to improved organizational environment and overall work outcomes. We accomplish these goals by educating our staff on what diversity is and the importance of inclusivity, as well as several other issues. We begin classes as early as this month. I'm very excited about this program, so look forward to talking to you more about it in the future. Next slide, please. Another our largest initiative is our District Integrated Financial Systems Program, or DIFS. DIFS is a very large process that you have been briefed on before that replaces systems for really three core responsibilities of ours. First and foremost, it replaces the systems that support our core financial system, which includes managing financial transactions, budget management, and financial reporting. In addition, we've replaced our system for payment processing that supports our treasury operations. And then finally, we're in the process of replacing our system for budget development. The primary system that we will use for these functions is a cloud-based system from Oracle. It replaces our old system SOAR, and as well as our old budget system. In addition, we've implemented a product from Kyriba for our treasury management. We went live with the Oracle product for our financial system, and the Kyriba product for treasury operations in October, this past October, at the start of the fiscal year. We plan to go live with the budget formulation process or system in October 2023 to support the formulation of fiscal year 2025 budget. Since we've gone live, DIFS has processed over 71,000 payments for over $5 billion. Next slide, please. The reality is that DIFS was implemented on time and on budget. As one of our consultants pointed out, that only happens about 50% of the time. So we're very pleased and proud of that. However, make no mistake, we are experiencing several challenges with this system, which, as I described in my testimony during my confirmation hearings, is very typical amongst large jurisdictions who I've worked with many who have implemented their financial system. Nonetheless, we're experiencing more systems and issues than we probably anticipated. In the simplest form, implementing a new financial system includes three major steps. First, designing your business processes. That is just a stem to stern plan for each of your major workflows, including, for example, paying bills. The second is that you configure the new system to match or implement those business processes. Excuse me. And then finally, you prepare staff to execute the new business processes and operate the new system. We're finding that the system itself is working fine. There's been a few problems, but the Oracle and Kyriba vendors have been able to address our issues generally very promptly. Where we're experiencing struggle is in our business process design, and that is not unusual. Problems that we've faced that we believe we've resolved, or certainly are managing effectively now, include three examples right here on this slide. First is in payroll. In the fall, we were having difficulty making payments to benefit providers. They were delayed more than what would be acceptable. We had to redesign parts of that process and now are successfully paying those providers promptly as expected. So we believe we've addressed the issue, we've caught up. Nonetheless, that led, as you can imagine, to a few stressful weeks as we corrected that issue. Second, For general procurement, in certain situations, information about individual purchases were not passed between the district's procurement system, which is called PASS, and DIFs, causing payment delays. Staff at Octo and our financial systems group have resolved many of those issues, but more importantly, we've set in place reconciliation processes, daily reconciliation processes, so we can find other situations that we can resolve quickly so that we don't have payment delays. And finally, we've had some issues with our interaction between our new Oracle product as well as our treasury management system, Kyriba, and being able to get information to our bank to clear payments. There are some of those issues have been resolved. Others are still being resolved. But again, we're putting into place very aggressive monitoring processes so that so that we can detect anomalies as soon as they occur, therefore not leading to delayed payments. Next slide, please. Design issues that we're still resolving is first supplier registration information. This is jargon for information we have about our vendors that facilitates payments. We had some data conversion issues from SOAR into DIFs. We've resolved many, but still are discovering others, and we're working very hard to address those to ensure that we have adequate information to pay our vendors promptly. Another area that we're finding we need more work to design is our financial reporting. Some of the designs for some of our critical financial reports are not working as anticipated, which requires us to spend enormous amounts of time of compiling information by hand, so to speak, and in order to meet our reporting deadlines. Again, while we're confident in the information, we're not extracting it as quickly and efficiently as we'd like. And so enormous amounts of energy is going into defining reporting. And from my experience, implementing a financial system, this is very typical. It can take a year and a half for jurisdictions to be able to get their reporting processes well organized and automated so that it's just a current activity and takes virtually no by hand work to develop the reporting that we need. Finally, we are seeing issues with our training, our ability to prepare our folks and agency staff to use the system and the new business processes. And so we are adjusting some of our training programs and strategies in order to deal with in real time issues that we're seeing about processing payments and revenue receipts in DIFs. The bottom line is that implementing a new system is difficult. And I brought that up in my confirmation hearing based on my prior experience. And it's all consuming for the financial staff. And it will be for at least the rest of the year. Quite frankly, you don't think of yourself being fully implemented until you've gone through a full financial cycle, which means that you've gone through your first year with the new system. You've compiled your financial reports, your Ocfo report, which we spoke about recently. You've had your first audit. And when you're at that point, then you feel like you finally implemented. And we have a ways to go till we get there. Finally, as I said, we are implementing this within our budget parameter, which is about $205 million. I understand that during fiscal years 21 through 23, up to $15 million was removed from the project. And so we look forward to speaking during the budget formulation process and budget hearings with you about reinstating the money so we can bring this project to closure. And that is my testimony. I really appreciate your time this morning, sir, and I look forward to your questions.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I do have some questions. that I want to cover with you this morning. I'm going to begin, as I do with every agency and entity that appears before the committee, to talk about racial equity, specifically to hear about what, if any, programs or initiatives your office has engaged in. I know you have a background in some of this work that you did prior to arriving at the District of Columbia, but I would like to know if, although you're an independent entity, are there any collaborative efforts between your office and the mayor's office on racial equity? If not, what specifically is your agency doing internally? And if you have any activity that is external with customers and others that you engage with around racial equity. So I'm pretty open-ended question. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about what, if anything, that you all are doing around racial equity.
Yes, there are several initiatives that we outlined in our responses to the questions, so I'll go through many of them with you. But first, in general, while we're an independent agency, I want to emphasize that we work with all branches and all agencies within the district to further, especially an important issue as this. And so I'd like to think that we would cooperate and support such efforts across our different lanes, so to speak. But I think the programs that we've described to you really fall into about three different categories. First, our relationship with our banking vendors, which we've described in past years. Banks have responsibilities under district code as well as federal law to put in energy to support parts of our community and communities in general that are less fortunate, with a variety of loan programs and education programs. We certainly monitor our vendor, Wells Fargo Bank, as well as some of our other vendors for smaller responsibilities, JP Morgan, Chase Bank, to ensure that they, in fact, are meeting their responsibilities under district code and the federal law.
Can I just ask you a quick question, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lee, there are only two banks that are chartered here in the District of Columbia, one of which is Black Bank, which has been around for a couple of generations at least. Do you know if there's any relationship between your office and Industrial Bank? Are they engaged with any contractual relationship in terms of the district's funds, similar to some of the larger banks that you mentioned, Wells Fargo being one example?
Right. I'd like to ask our Deputy CFO and Treasurer, Carmen Pigler, to weigh in on that, please. Carmen?
Hello. Oh, we do not have a contract with Industrial Bank, but we do have accounts and CD investments with Industrial.
Okay, you said, I'm sorry, Ms. Pigler. And then, you know what, Mr. Lee, what's the best way to do this? We need to swear in government witnesses, and I imagine you're going to have a number of, well, perhaps you'll have others on your team who provide testimony. And so I would like to just take an opportunity, quick 60 seconds, to swear in anybody who believes that they might provide testimony to the committee this morning. Can we do that quickly?
Yes. And I would appreciate the deputy CFOs, please. And
yeah, if they can just turn on their videos, raise their right
Quist, please. Thank you.
hands. I really appreciate this. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 I'm not sure if I didn't hear if Ms. Jacobs, if you could in an affirmative
I'm sorry. Yes, I was on mute. I
Okay,
apologize.
all right, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you to each of you. Let me go back to Ms. Pigler. And I know you repeated it, but I missed the end of what your answer was.
So you asked about our relationship with Industrial Bank. We do not
I
have
did.
a contract with Industrial Bank, but we do have accounts, several accounts and certificates of deposit with Industrial Bank.
Okay, and is there any further insight you can provide? I mean, I mean, obviously, industrial is not Wells Fargo. Nevertheless, it's important to I think a well-rounded racial equity approach to the work to engage banks like industrial. So I'm glad to hear that there is a relationship there. Maybe this is more appropriate for follow-up, but I'd love to just get a better sense of what that relationship looks like. I appreciate the response in terms of what the numbers actually look like relative to, yeah, that'd be helpful. And if you could do that offline, that would be great. What about the way in which, well, let me phrase the question differently. Do you have any sort of tool that you use within your office, Mr. Lee, to actually measure performance of your agency in terms of how it's faring with racial equity related activities? How do you know you're doing well in that?
Well, some of the interactions we have with this are difficult to measure, and so, for example, and their outputs from third parties, like in the case with the banks.
Right.
So we focus on how we're engaging the particular program. There's a couple other programs I'd like to discuss as well as examples of focusing on racial equity. Another is the 529 plans. It's the college savings program that the district operates. It serves as a fiduciary for. Certainly in those kinds of plans, you can focus your attention to communities that are have less means, or in order to ensure that they understand the benefits of these programs and help them understand the trade-offs that are inherent with participating in these programs. And of course, as you know, in the tax administration area, there are several provisions of code that you all have implemented that we carry out that are focused on poorer communities or folks with less income. Mm-hmm. And so we aggressively work with either third parties to educate them about these benefits, or directly with taxpayers to take advantage of these benefits. Now, in the end, we can't execute some of the exemptions or the credits for taxpayers. We cannot do that. So it's therefore hard to put a metric in place to say there's 4,000 opportunities here and we've executed 390, because we can't execute. We can educate, but we can't execute. So I think we can measure the effort we put into many of these areas. It's difficult for us to measure then the actual output because we're at arm's length from the final decision. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. I understand that. But I guess one of the things would be, for example, you mentioned the 529 program was extraordinarily important. I think one side of the coin is to make sure that people have access to the information about what the program does, and especially people who stand to benefit from the program, but perhaps historically in communities that have not availed themselves of the program. I think the other thing is who is the vendor on the program is and maybe 529 is not the right example, but to the extent there are funds that are being managed by fund managers. I've had this conversation with the retirement board in the past, but to make sure that you're thinking about diverse fund managers and giving
Right.
opportunities to firms run by minorities, in particular, Black and Brown owned, led firms that historically have not been afforded the same types of opportunities, but data demonstrate their returns are just as solid, if not better, than some of the larger, more well-known firms that institutions typically default to.
Yes. So my view is, in the last 5 to 7 years, there's been enormous amount of efforts, and certainly public pension plans, to look for that diversity in fund management. And of course, when you increase demand for something, there's greater supply. Firms have been formed or have become more robust in their focus on racial equity in terms of the frontline management of the funds. And I have no doubt that that's a very large focus here as well, and hopefully with, as you point out, the DC retirement system. But my observation is that there's been a lot of growth in this area, and that's what happens. When you need more service, the market responds, and in this case, that's a very good outcome. So I look forward in bringing those thoughts to this organization, and I know it's front of mind for Ms. Bigler and her team that oversee much of our fiduciary fund management.
Okay. Thanks for that. Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me turn your attention to the Child Wealth Building Act, otherwise known as baby bonds, and ask you about implementation of this very important law that the council passed and funded a couple of years ago. At last year's performance oversight hearing, a witness for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer testified that an RFP would be issued as soon as possible. And that's a quote, as soon as possible. And I'm quoting here as well, later this spring, close quote, which is referring to spring 2022, for a vendor to establish and manage accounts. The pre-hearing responses that your office provided to the committee prior to the day seem to suggest that those things happened last year. And so I'd love to get some clarity around it. We had great testimony from a public witness with the Urban Institute. And so was an RFP or some form of a solicitation ever issued? If so, talk about the responses, how many you got back?
Sure. Ms. Pigler is best positioned to answer those specific questions. So
okay.
We're committed to moving this program forward, as we discussed late last summer. And Carmen, if you could describe our process to find vendors and next steps.
Yes, we issued an RFI, a request for information, in order to make sure that we are building a program and establishing a statement of work that's comprehensive and, in the long term will serve the needs of the program and also the beneficiaries. So we want to find a provider that's more than just a record keeper, but a provider that will help us establish a portal that will manage information for participants and allow them to be interactive with the program. So
Sure.
Along with us pushing out information, we're doing more. We want to do more than just manage information. We want to be able to push out information to participants.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Do you recall, anybody on the team recall, how many responses to the RFI you received?
I believe we received 4.
4? Okay. And do you have a sense of, if you can tell me when you received those 4 responses and what specifically is the timeline for next steps? And within that timeline, if you can explain what each next step is up until the point of actually providing notice to eligible families that accounts have been created. I really would love some details around this, because while I appreciate, and I say this sincerely, that you all are gathering information and you want to identify a company that can do as you described in terms of the information and being involved in the program, and also recognize that this program is rather novel in its conception, and there aren't very many models to look at specifically for a baby bonds program. There are perhaps some similar programs where we might learn some lessons. So what's your internal timeline? When did you all get the responses to that RFI, and what's the next steps?
I believe the Office of Contracts, OCFO's Office of Contracts, received the responses to the RFI just this week. Our next step is to finalize the statement of work.
Well, let me back you up. I'm sorry, Ms. Piglet. When was the RFI published?
The RFI was published in January of this year.
Okay, all right. So the law took effect, I think, at sometime early fiscal 21, which began, or was it fiscal 22 and FY 21? Let me look. Actually, I should have it up. I have the code in front of me. Okay, this is effective date. It says February 2022.
And there were also some follow-on technical amendments.
Yeah, no, we work with you all for some follow-up technical amendments. Okay, and so the RFI goes out in January. The responses were received just this week. What's next?
The next step is to work with our Office of Contracts to make sure that we have developed a statement of work that's appropriate for the program.
Okay.
And the vendors that we want to solicit to. We'll publish that statement of work and RFP, solicit vendors, select a vendor, and make an award.
Do you have a time frame for when you expect to do those things?
We certainly anticipate making an award by the end of this fiscal year. Okay. So this spring, we will issue the RFP, make a selection and award, and by the end of fiscal 2023.
Got it. So make an award by the end of fiscal 2023, September 30th of this year. Do you have a sense on, once that award is made, how long it will take to stand up a program? I'm trying to get a sense of when this program actually goes live.
So one thing I do want to note is that we do have the fund established.
Right. Okay.
We don't have, the mechanism to work with the the other agencies to identify participants and actually, enroll them in the program. We anticipate once making the award, one of the, in our kind of discovery through the RFI, what we wanted to do is establish, because this is new and novel, are we building something from scratch? And how long would that take versus, finding a provider that has something canned that they can give us that would be much quicker.
No, I appreciate that. That's important. I'm probably, I'm stretching some, I don't know if anybody on the team has the historical sort of background and recollection, but the 529 program has been around for quite some time in the city. I know we've talked in meetings that we've had about why the firm that administers the 529 program is not equipped, or it's not the right firm to at least as it was explained to me and my team, to do a similar program. But I'm just curious in terms of, and maybe this is good, appropriate for follow-up, just if there are any similarities to the approach between what we're doing with baby bonds and how the 529 program was established and the procurement occurred. So rather than ask for a response now, unless you'd like to share something, maybe there's some follow-up that you can provide in terms of like just letting us know if there are any similarities, anything we should be, lessons that we can take from how you all have done that program and what the law requires under the Child Wealth Building Act. And then finally, you mentioned the fund has been established. Are the funds in the staff are the funds currently in the accounts consistent with the fiscal impact statement that was issued for the law? In other words, I think there was approximately 2.1 million was estimated in benefits and costs for FY22 and 5.5 million for FY 2023. Has the office collected, or are the accounts reflective of where they should be at this point?
I know everything up to fiscal 2022. The last numbers I looked at were consistent with what should have been deposited by FY22. I would have to follow up with FY23 year to date.
Okay. And I had raised this question at the Ocfo hearing, I believe, or maybe it was the pre-hearing meeting that we had, but contained in the Ocfo, the annual comprehensive financial report, are findings around some of the now I'm gonna blank on what you all refer to these entities as, but the 529 is one of those accounts that is evaluated throughout that process. This Child Wealth Building Act fund is not a part of that process. My question to you, Mr. Lee or Ms. Pigler, or anybody on the team is, should it be?
Well, all resources that we manage are reported. And I think what you're asking is whether there needs to be a separate assessment or a separate illustration of these resources.
Yes.
Our controller, who's the expert in that, in those decisions, Kimberly Williams is with us. I'd like to hear her opinion about whether or not we break this out or not, or should. Kimberly?
And while Kimberly's coming on, Ms. Pickle, just a question for follow-up. My staff nudged me a little bit, and it would be great if you all could let us know specifically, or as close to some date as possible, when you all expect to, when you anticipate enrolling families in the Child Wealth Building Act program.
Okay.
Or notifying families as well, so.
Sure.
And then the final thing is the law requires annual and I'm pulling up the code now, but it requires annual reporting. I know the program's not stood up yet, and if I find the code, I'll see the language that I read earlier that suggests there still might be some reports that could be provided even in advance of officially enrolling families. Have you all done any reporting thus far according to that provision of the code? If not, when do you plan to?
So yes, we will report on the fund. Our plan was to report on the fund to council by March 1st. We have that information prepared, actually. We do not have the number of potential enrollees. We'd have to get that information from the other agencies, DHS and DCHF, and we will work with them to get that information. Perfect.
Thank you for that. And pivot back to the prior question, Mr. Lee. Thank you.
Council member, we're happy to give you a status of the progress of this, where we can either in a public hearing as this or in writing, where are we with the process? What are our next steps and so forth. So we're happy to engage so we can give you a complete look at our progress. And implementing a new program like this always takes more time than you hope. But we're certainly meeting our responsibilities and our deadlines, and would love to share in more detail our plans with you. So
right, and rather than go down, I think I've spent enough time on this thus far, and there's appropriate areas of follow-up. I'd like to add one more area of follow-up.
Sure.
Madeline Brown with the Urban Institute provided, I think, some very detailed and solid recommendations and raised some questions around the rules. I would love for you all to, and we can provide, if you don't already have, a copy of her testimony, but in your follow-up, if you could specifically address the recommendations that she made around the rules. I find just on the face of the code and looking at the rules, some inconsistencies in what we intended when we passed this legislation and the way that the rules have been drafted. I mentioned that in my earlier comments, and again, rather than, unless you'd like to provide some feedback in this moment, I'm happy to have you all follow up specifically with the various recommendations that she made and the feedback that I had around what the code calls for, and some of the things that you all have in the rules in terms of enrollment, as well as distribution of the funds. She also raised some questions around residency, given I think it's fairly common that some of the folks who will be enrolled automatically in the program may move at some point during their residency in the district, outside of the district and back. And so I'd love for you all to just address those in detail in your follow-up.
Yes. And I know we were listening closely to her comments and would be happy in an assessment of our operational planning right now, respond to those.
Okay.
Comments. Okay.
Sure.
Happy.
Okay. Let me skip down a little bit. You were calling on one of the members of your team to respond to one of my questions. Do you all?
Yeah.
That?
She doesn't have access. I think a part of our summary to our current steps to implement this program, we'll discuss our accounting treatment so you can fully understand how we're approaching this, and whether or not we'll have a separate presentation in the financial report, or if not there, that means it's combined in other components within the financial report. How can we provide a separate standalone assessment or summary that would serve the needs of the interests and stakeholders to this program? So yeah, that would be part of a specific answer to the question would be part of a response we can provide you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Talk a little bit about the city's economic outlook at this point. Recently, Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development testified before this committee regarding the economic headwinds facing the district, including rising commercial vacancy rates, particularly downtown. Your office publishes updated quarterly revenue estimates as part of the budget and financial planning process. And in addition to revenue projections, the Office of Revenue Analysis tracks and projects various key economic indicators for the district economy. The committee has reviewed your December 2022 report. Give us, just if you can, an overview of some of the highlights, some of the changes and trends you're projecting for the current and future years.
Yes, I'd like to state that our updated forecast will be published around March 1st, and in which case we'll be able to describe the latest of our assessments, both for the economy, different segments of the economy that affect our revenues, and then our revenue forecast. So I'd like to stay fairly global at this point because we could be making adjustments relative to December.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and yes, and there's no issues with completing that, of course, and engaging the council as necessary afterwards. But you know, a couple of the core issues that we have is as a result of the pandemic and labor markets, there's far fewer people coming into downtown. That triggers a whole series of economic implications. First and foremost is transactions that people would make in the past when they'd come into downtown for work every day are not. And so, as you know, we suffered a lot of sales tax contraction as a result of that from the pandemic, as well as other things. But that was an important development. While we're rebounding the sales tax, it's not making up for the fact that there's tens of thousands of people not coming into our downtown. Then on a much slower pace is the reaction to the office market, to the fact that firms are having their people come into the district fewer than or less often than they did before. And that's common for every other major city in North America, certainly. And so we're experiencing this as well. And as you know, our major employer is not bringing in the district, the federal government is not bringing its staff back in full time. And so that has a huge implication on our numbers. What we're watching very closely is the implications on leases and therefore income to property owners of office buildings, and therefore the value to those buildings that then we use to make assessments for property tax. We did make some significant reductions in prior fiscal years in our estimate of assessed values for those properties. I'd like to wait until we give an update of our forecast here at the end of the month to speculate about our current thinking around that area, but it's certainly an area that we're watching very closely, both in terms of watching data, but also gathering anecdotal information from major renters and office occupiers to understand their thinking about the future. Offsetting that, of course, as we've described, is we continue to have a very, very strong labor market. You know, wages are up somewhat as a result of of inflation, but vacancy rates for both public sector and private sector entities are higher, which means there's relatively more jobs open than there are workers. Just as a broad statement, of course, you can look at specific circumstances where that isn't true. And so it's a confusing time in that we see this overall change in our economy in terms of far fewer people coming into a downtown core, but our labor markets are still very strong. So how that plays out, that dichotomy plays out in our revenues is a real challenge for forecasters, not only here, but around the country. And so we're working very hard to understand how those dynamics work, and we'll be eager to describe our latest thinking at the end of the month. There's also clearly a couple major national and international developments that are a risk to any forecast. First, on the national level, the Federal Reserve is trying to control inflation, which means they're taking actions to make borrowing costs more expensive, which inherently will lead to slowing the economy. Whether or not we fall into a recession is a major issue for economists right now, and we're thinking very hard about our call on that. And the second is that the reality is we have extremely unusual international realities of, for lack of a more sophisticated term, a hot war in Europe that any moment can cause disruptions in a variety of markets, as we saw a year ago.
Yeah.
So it's an extremely difficult time to make forecasts.
No, I appreciate it. I don't know if you saw this article. It actually is an old article from last year, toward the end of last year, November 30th in the New York Times, but it was titled How a Golden Era for Large Cities Might Be Turning into an Urban Doom Loop. Urban doom loop is the phrase, and it has comments from a number of people, including some economists. One of the people who was mentioned in this article happens to be a local, as a fellow at Brookings and a council appointee on the WMATA board, Tracy Lowe. But I mean, to summarize it, it talks about this ecosystem that had existed in big cities that in some instances, which includes the district, function based on these huge surges of daytime population that included commuters and tourists. And we're not seeing that to the same extent that we had pre-pandemic. You already mentioned that the federal government, as well as other employers, and including private sector employers, places like law firms are deciding that they could get just as much work done. In fact, perhaps can even bill more hours if they spare themselves the hour commute in the morning and afternoon. And so I'm just throwing it out there because while you describe the labor market as still being solid, and there are other areas where we've seen revenues return to pre-pandemic levels, some of it perhaps can be attributed, or at least in part, to inflation. I still get concerned about what the future of the District of Columbia's economy looks like if the federal government decides not to return back in the way that they had pre-pandemic. And I think most people will tell you that likely won't. I hope that they will, at some point at least, return to more days in the office than they are today. Maybe not exactly the way that they had with the same policies that they had in place pre-pandemic, but there's some hope that I think people have about some return back to the office and what our economy looks like. The hospitality industry in particular, though, I know you're a member of the Events DC board.
I am.
And you engage, I think, pretty routinely with individuals and businesses in the hospitality industry. What kinds of trends are you seeing specific to that industry that you can share briefly with the folks who are viewing the hearing today?
Sure. I'm sure Director Angie Gates of Events DC had some comments along these lines last week. From my observation and what I understand is that certainly we're rebounding and reasonably healthy from in terms of convention activity, but convention dynamics are different now. And those dynamics, it's unclear how they'll play out financially, whether we'll still be getting the same volume and dollar amount of convention activity here. I think in general, what the hospitality industry is saying is that the mix of people that are visiting the jurisdiction are a little bit different. We have substantially fewer international guests, and there's a variety of reasons for that, whether it's visa issues or COVID policies, and that international guests tend to spend substantially more per visit than domestic guests. And that stands to reason. If you're driving here from Philadelphia, let's say, you're probably going to treat your experience here differently than if you're flying in from Berlin or Beijing, where you would be more inclined to spend more per day that you're here. And so I know that's a major issue as well. You know, what's fascinating as an economist and a person who's had to study and live with urban dynamics over the last 20 years, we've gone through just dramatic changes in the last 3 years as a result of the pandemic. Ultimately, all major cities in the last 20 years grew. They grew because there was a demand by younger generations to be in an urban environment, to work in an urban environment. Hence, we had entire industries that were reshuffling themselves to move from suburbs into urban centers. I can think of many different examples of that. Most notably, a large IT firm that I've worked with in my past experience, Amazon, designed a whole work environment to encourage people who want that environment to work for them by having large work centers in metropolitan centers. Now that entire paradigm is being rethought, and how it unfolds is still a major question mark, but it is a shift. And I think what many urban experts are saying, perhaps the next step for large major cities is to make their cities relatively more attractive to live in, and provide amenities or encourage amenities that make living in their jurisdiction more attractive, so that people, while they're still working at home, they're working at home in your city core. Now, I know that's a series of policy adjustments that we will be assessing as you move forward with them, and whether it's mayor's policies or council policies, but I think that's generally an emerging consensus on how centers can revitalize themselves.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good segue to my next question. I've talked about downtown a little bit already. I think you may have mentioned it in one of your responses, but downtown in particular is facing significant challenges with the high commercial vacancy rates. Deputy Mayor Pacheco indicated during his testimony that there could be further deterioration in assessed value as additional leases come up for renewal in the next couple of years. Have you all on your team incorporated those types of risks in your revenue models?
Well, inherently, yes. We work very hard to to understand the current trends and the implications they'll have on the market value of properties. And we're in a substantial time of change. And as I understand, the lease markets are very, what I'd say, lumpy. They occur rather than an immediate reaction as we saw in sales tax from the result of the pandemic. Leases have different terms, different option terms, and it takes a while for this phenomena to play out. So we're studying those components as well as utilization of buildings to understand what trends are happening here and what we think are solid enough to base forecasts on. And
Yeah.
we're lucky to have Dr. Fitzroy Lee on our team, certainly an eminent forecaster and urban expert. Fitzroy, if you have any additional comments, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, we are lucky to have Dr. Lee on the team. And before you comment, if you have any, Dr. Lee, I want to throw one more component to this question out to you. The projections that you all have made have property tax revenue and total local fund revenue declining year over year in FY23 before rebounding steadily in FY24 and beyond. And so I'm curious as to what assumptions about residential and commercial property assessed values are incorporated into those projections. If you can give that some thought and maybe incorporate that in any response you have.
Thank you for the question. And just to add to what Glenn, the CFO, was saying earlier, we are in this forecast going to look specifically at the risk of the real property. I mean, not just, so what we will have, and as you said, we'll update you some more next week, in fact, on what we're thinking there. But also, and I think in the last estimate, we also promised this, that we do have updated assessments.
I think you may have muted yourself or somehow you cut off, Fitzroy. It's not just me, is it? You all able to hear Dr. Lee?
No, he
No.
went off. I don't know if we lost him.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the video, I mean, I'll do it without the video, the bandwidth come out. So what I was saying is that we did get preliminary assessments just last week from the Real Property Tax Administration. And so we will have updated values on assessment. And this is the assessment that will inform the revenue for 2024. So that's one thing we're doing, where we're going to update that forecast. And then, secondly, we do recognize that it's probably the number one real risk to our revenue forecast. And so we hope to assess in alternative scenarios what that could mean if it's worse than what we're forecasting, the baseline forecast. And that's just to give policymakers an idea of the extent to which it could deteriorate. As you have pointed out, and the CFO has pointed out, we're really in a time of great uncertainty. And as you point out, we really don't, there's a lot of things we don't know in terms of whether how much of the federal and other private sector workers will be back. That's still a risk. And, they could come back, much stronger than we're anticipating now. But we also observe a real-time data, the Castle key system swipe, and it seemed to have stabilized, not just for us, but all around at around 50% of where the swipes were just prior to the pandemic. So,
what does that mean, Dr. Lee? Because you said 50% of the swipes, just for folks who
so
are
the swipe, Castle systems have been monitoring key swipes, and so it is a rough measure of how people have been going back to work compared to where they were in just prior to the pandemic. That's February of 2020. And so the swipes are now 50% of where they were. So whatever the level of office occupancy were at that level, there it's showing that we're about 50%.
And Dr. Lee, I believe by swipes, we mean key card use.
Key card, right, used to enter the building. Yes.
Into the building. And so the firm that manages many of those systems can count how many times people are coming in and out of buildings. And so that data is actually providing enormous insight, not only here, but around the country, in understanding the return to work phenomena or lack of return to work.
When you all hear or see a stat like that from Castle, 50% of swipes, And that's 50% of where the swipes were in February of 2020, right before a lot of things shut down with the public health emergencies and public emergencies in the district and across the country and the world, for that matter. How do you view that information? Is that encouraging? I mean, we talked about where commercial office rates are and some of the other things that continue to be concerning. How do you view that 50% of swipes data? And is there anything else that you're seeing that you can speak to that are more encouraging signs that things are moving in the right direction? I think we lost about 20,000, net to our population in 2021, and it seems like 2022 things turned around very slightly. But what are you seeing in the data that you're viewing that you find encouraging?
So, and I think the CFO spoke to this. So the job market is still relatively strong, so we're seeing, and this is despite the fact that we're seeing some weakness for the federal sector, but overall the private sector has more than made up for that, and so it's still very strong. We do have a very low unemployment rate, but I will caveat that it is low. One, because there are also a loss in terms of the workforce. So that part isn't good. But the fact that people who are looking for jobs can readily find jobs is a good news. But so that's, as I said, the job market is probably the strongest part of what we're seeing in people's spending. We're still seeing the sales taxes rising. So people are still spending, and we just had nationally the consumer report, the consumer spending report that came out showed that it's not just the district, but overall consumers are still spending. So in terms of that, of course, the economy, is still showing a lot of strength, despite the fact that the Feds have been lifting the interest rate 8 times in a year. And at this point, people would have expected more slowing, but the economy seems a lot more resilient than any economist would have predicted a year ago.
In terms of employment and spending, let's take employment first. What are you seeing in terms of what industries the numbers are looking strong? Are they the same industries that typically have been, some of the areas that the district has had an advantage in terms of the region around business and professional services, work in healthcare and some of the other sort of federal contracting areas?
Yeah, those are still growing, especially professional, technical management. Those are growing. The 2 areas we've seen in the recent job report, as I mentioned, the federal government has had a lot of job losses, and we don't know if it's a deliberate or intentional laying off, or it's because people are retiring and they're having trouble hiring. So that's one conjecture. And then the other area we saw some weakness, it's finance, real estate, and we think that's probably more related to, as the mortgage rates have been rising, there have been less activity, because we've seen that in slowing housing sales as well. So there's probably just less activity because mortgage rates are rising and the demand for mortgages are down. So those are really the 2 areas of weakness that we've seen in the job market. The strongest part of it has been leisure and hospitality, and most of that is rebounding because, as you know, they were the most affected during the pandemic, and there's a big rebounding. But for the most part, the ones that have been growing, except for the federal government, are the ones that continue to grow.
Okay, and on the spending side, in terms of sales, are you seeing the trend just growing sales or spending in terms of like online?
Right.
You've seen some of the brick and mortar spending on retail, goods, services.
Retail in general, retail in general is one of the areas that's growing. Just we're getting it in the leisure and hospital, restaurants and hotels as well. But for sure, the online has been robust because, as you know, what has happened is that a lot of people got used to spending online during the pandemic, and that seemed to have continued. That a lot of people have switched there. But all around, we're also getting strong growth in the non-online sector, non-e-commerce sector as well. So overall, retail is still strong. So it means the people that remain in the job market, are people with incomes, and they're spending those incomes.
Okay. Let me shift just a bit to talk about some of the projects around, and this overlaps a bit with DMPED, the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, but several of the district's TIF projects, the tax increment financing projects, it appears from the information we looked at, struggled to generate incremental tax revenue during the pandemic. I don't know if there's somebody on the team who can speak to this now, but I'd love to get some insights as to whether those projects are now back to generating tax revenue in line with the pre-pandemic estimates. If there's some that are doing well versus others that are still struggling. Is there somebody, Mr. Lee, who can provide some insights?
Yes. In general, I don't believe any is in serious financial condition, but their incremental revenue generated in this very uncertain time is uneven and probably inconsistent to initial thoughts. But Deputy CFO Pigler oversees our TIF group. And Carmen, if you have more specific information or examples, that would be terrific. Well, while we're waiting for her, we're happy to provide an assessment or a summary of how TIFs are doing. As I said, there you are. Thank you.
Sorry, forgot I was on mute. We could follow up with additional information on specifics, but as CFO Lee mentioned, we have noticed that the performance is not consistent with what our expectations are. I do know that there are some that have performed better, like I believe the Wharf has done much better than we anticipated. And then maybe.
Yeah, if you could follow up with, we do have some of the numbers in terms of what the expectations are, but if you could capture for the committee in your follow-up, just each of the TIFs, and I think we have ones.
Sure.
13 of them, where things are, and pointing out for us where projects like the Wharf are doing well versus others that aren't. We'd love to see those numbers.
We'd be happy to do that.
Thanks. Earlier this month, as was mentioned earlier, you and Inspector General and others on the audit team submitted the annual comprehensive financial report. In it, the independent auditor issued a disclaimer stating that because of the cyber attack against Events DC last fall, it was unable to audit Events DC's financial statements for the last fiscal year. Just any updates there? Has anything changed since our briefing on the CAFR a few weeks ago, on the ACFR, policies on the ACFR a few weeks ago, and what's the status of any follow-up with Events DC that you're aware of?
Sure, I'd like to describe our next steps. As you summarized, the auditor was unable to complete an audit on the financial information that we had from Events DC. Make no mistake, they were able to provide their normal annual report, and therefore that's in our financial statements, and we're generally confident in the outcome. But what happened was the cyber event encrypted several months of detailed information, detailed financial transactional information that prohibited the auditor from randomly selecting a few transactions and then working through the process to ensure that our accounting systems work correctly and our controls were in place. So appropriately, they said, listen, we can't do our normal process here, so we have to disclaim that. There are firms, and we've hired one, that reconstruct the detail based on second and third party information. So for example, going to bank records, going to contract information, procurement systems, payroll systems, to reconstruct the detail that was lost. We've hired a firm to do that. They are busy right now compiling or recreating that information. We expect that to take up to 3 months to complete, at which time the auditor then will come back and do their normal audit against Events DC for fiscal year 22. We are hopeful then that they will find, other than the fact that there was the cyber intrusion, that there's no material problems with the end of year books that have been published, and they will reissue an opinion that will allow us to take the disclaimer off and have hopefully an unmodified opinion for them. And then ultimately that puts the district in a better position. But I want, as I think we've talked about, the district overall, the primary government was utterly unaffected with by this event. So our portrayal of the vast majority of our resources is accurate, and we have an unmodified opinion from the auditor, meaning they have faith in our financial information.
Got it. Thank you for that. In the accompanying management recommendation letter, there was a finding regarding inadequate procurement controls in the economic development and regulation cluster. We talked about InvestDC, but I'd love to get your insights on that particular finding, whether you have a position on that, and what, if anything, is being done to remediate those areas that finding is attributable to.
Sure. As in general, as policy and practice, once the finding is determined by the auditor, then any finding, then we take that as a matter of fact and then work to mitigate it. And hopefully we'll have it mitigated by the end of the year. So that when they go back to audit the same situation, they'll find that we've adjusted per their recommendations to eliminate their concerns. So it's not really at this point an opinion. From our point of view, it's rather that's what the auditors determined, and we work very hard to mitigate the issue. I'm not familiar specifically with the finding you're discussing, so I can't speak to exactly what we're doing to mitigate the issues, but we're happy to provide detail to our approach to you at a later time. So as well as other findings that over our financial controls that the auditor described.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And by remediating at the end of the year, are you referring to the end of the fiscal year, September?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Got it, thanks. Once you get a chance to familiarize yourself with that finding, and if there's any additional follow-up, we'd love for you to provide it to the committee. Last year, you indicated some staffing challenges, and I want to hear now how you and the team are doing in terms of retention and recruitment efforts with respect to those challenges in staffing.
Sure. Make no mistake, we're like any other employer. We're having the same attrition or resignations, folks finding other work, and that's leading to unusually high vacancy rates. I am pleased that over this past year, we have fewer vacant positions than we did a year ago, and roughly 20 to 30. So We were roughly at about 140 for the core CFO group. I believe we're down to roughly 120, but we can provide those specific numbers to you. I think our approach has been to do what we normally do, but put a lot more energy into it in terms of recruiting. That's certainly both our local recruiting, because it is important to us that we recruit for residents here in the district, but also more broadly, amplify our efforts to have multiple channels of information provided about our vacancies. And we're pleased we're making progress. We're hiring at a relatively higher rate than I understand we've done in years. So we're executing more hires, but we're still, like most employers, suffering from a large number of people leaving. And I don't think we're suffering any more than any other employer. It's just a difficult time to manage large workforces. The market is very favorable to workers, which is fine. It's just something we have to adapt to.
Yeah. I'm curious though, given the number of vacancies, and I think you said the number is 120, whether those vacancies are concentrated in any particular division of the agency and therefore having a more significant impact on delivery of services for any particular division or section within your agency.
Well, I think if you were to ask our deputies and associates, they'd say it's their area that's most affected. And I have a lot of sympathy for that. I don't believe there's any particular area where we're acutely experiencing employment problems relative to the others. But nonetheless, we're, our vacancy rates are high relative to how we manage the organization. So we're working extremely hard to fill as quickly as we can. And as I said, I'm very pleased that we're actually hiring at very high rates right now. And so volumes of inbound folks is at an all-time high or near that, as I understand. So I don't think it's concentrated in any area, but I assure you, I hear from our associates and deputy CFOs that they feel that it is, but I think the numbers bear different result.
The district's public health emergency ended technically in April 2022. The president has indicated that the federal COVID-19 public health emergency will end in May of this year. What changes or reversions, if any, to the district's tax laws, policies, and filing requirements can residents and businesses expect?
Well, those declarations were far-reaching across a variety of benefits and so forth, and resources that were made available to each jurisdiction in the country. So it affects many of our operations. Is there a particular area that you had a question about?
I was trying to get on the record a response that you provided to us. Not that you commit every single response to memory, but this was response number 9 that you provided to our office pre-hearing.
Yes. Hang on a second, please.
But you talked about some of the things, in particular, this one was around businesses with employees working from home within the district.
Yes.
And how that might affect the franchise and unincorporated franchise tax.
Right. Keith Richardson, our tax administrator, is here. This is from his staff. I think he's best able to respond in detail to the impacts on the franchise tax.
Yeah, and if you could, Deputy CFO Richardson, and good afternoon to you, or good morning to you. If you could also talk about whether if you're the appropriate staffer for this, but there are a number of some of the COVID-19 hardship assistance programs that I think residents perhaps got accustomed to who interacted with the agency. And I'm curious as whether or not those programs are still available through OTR, and if so, for how much longer?
Again, good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Going back to your first question in regard to in June of last year, we published a notice that now, because of the public emergency health was over, that any individuals that were living in the district and working for companies that were not based in the district, that now they may be accountable for franchise and unincorporated franchise tax. So again, the previous notice during the COVID was that people could work in the district because of the changes and be living here at that time. So businesses are aware that we are looking to have them register with the district because they may have nexus here because of their employees working and living here now. With regard to COVID relief, we have helped and provided assistance for a lot of businesses and individuals with real property concerns and matters. We do still have opportunities for people to reach out to us if they have concerns about COVID relief. Again, we have an email address. It's otrcovidrelief@dc.gov. Again, this is based off the time frame of when the emergency was in place during pandemic.
Got it. Thanks for that. I'll just give you an opportunity to see if there's any additional information you want to provide on this, but I have a question around the DIFS project, which is obviously one of the major capital projects your office has ongoing. You spent a good deal of time on that on your opening testimony with your slides.
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to provide in terms of updates on implementation, or do you feel like you've sufficiently covered that?
I think we tried to be thorough with that presentation. I do want to remind folks that it was part of our discussion when we went through confirmation hearing and our interviews with yourself, other council members, the mayor's staff, that my experience with these projects is that they're extremely difficult, very time consuming, and they take a long time to stabilize. All jurisdictions who have faced this have faced a variety of different concerns. In this past June, I hosted a forum in the Pacific Northwest of many major cities around the country. And our main topic was implementing these systems. So the types of issues, I can assure you, are broad and wide. And we're certainly suffering from those. And it is, please appreciate that we want to stabilize our financial system as quickly as possible, which means that every transaction is processed quickly, accurately, and recorded in a way that we can report and meet our financial responsibilities for financial reporting and management. And with that goal in mind, we're deploying every resource we can to deal with issues as they come up. In the end, I'm confident that we will get there. It's just a difficult ride.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think it was pretty comprehensive testimony earlier about it, but I wanted to give you another opportunity.
Thank you.
To supplement that. We have heard some testimony both today and prior to today raising concerns about MyTaxDC.gov and the lack of accessibility for DC residents. What issues with the MyTax platform of residents raised most with your office, and how specifically are you all resolving those issues? I think it's important for folks to hear this aspect of the hearing, because it is one of the areas where we hear a lot of concerns from residents as it relates to the work that you all do. So if you could talk about the MyTax platform.
Sure. I think Keith Richardson is best able to answer that, where he can talk about their feedback mechanisms that they've had in place and how they're trying to improve the taxpayer experience. Keith?
Sure. With regards to the MyTax DC portal, we haven't really heard a lot of complaints about the system. The MyTax portal is available to everyone in the district. If you have a computer, if you don't have a computer, you can use your cell phone to access the MyTax portal as well. We know a lot of businesses are using it because we're getting transactions through the portal on a monthly or quarterly basis with their filing their returns. Over the last year, the portal now has made availability for taxpayers or their preparers to file their Schedule H return. And for some folks that don't file a D40 with the a 1040 with the IRS, they can file a D40 through the portal as well. So we make sure that we communicate with the community. We are out during the course of the year talking with them. We want to make sure that people are being trained on how to access the portal as well. So we have done that continuously. And we're again currently in the process of reviewing our website to make sure that there's some significant improvements for all taxpayers in the district as well. We review the website feedback to make sure we're improving the improvements in feedback on what's being said. But right now it is accessible, it is user-friendly, and if people do have concerns, we will be open and willing to train.
I appreciate the response, but I do want to follow up on that. We had an earlier witness, Renee, who asked in this testimony how many DC residents have active accounts on mytaxdc.gov. So if you could, in a follow-up, provide the committee the annual data for the number of active accounts for this year and the previous, let's just say 3 years would be helpful. And then he also asked why there seems to be a wide variance in terms of co-ops, where certain people aren't getting the benefits that they should. Is this an issue that is familiar to you all? And I'd love to hear you respond to that criticism.
Sure. With regard to the co-ops in the district, there are 347 co-ops. And with a co-op, the management company has the responsibility to make sure that their tenants, if they're qualified for homestead exemption, a senior exemption, or disabled exemption, to have them apply for that. We have provided all the co-ops since December 7th of 2020 training in regard to the different tax benefit programs we offer for real property. With regard to the co-ops, each individual co-op has their own square and lot. So it doesn't break down individual units. So it's one. So we have to make sure that, again, the management companies are aware. During the course of the year, we send the management companies a letter in October to make sure that they have the amount, certify how many homestead exemptions they have. And then in April, we send them another notice out in regard to the seniors or disabled as well, to get them in the system by June of the year. So in April of this year, they'll get a letter. We're asking them for their seniors or disabled and to please submit that information by June 15th. In October, they'll get another letter to submit to us by December 15th on homestead exemptions. So we continue to meet with them. We provide training. We're here to offer them training again if there's concerns. We have worked again with Mr. Renee T's co-op. We always are willing to work with him again and meet with him again.
In terms of the trainings that you all provided, you just mentioned, are those trainings for the entities that manage the co-ops or for individual co-op owners or both?
They are for the management companies of the co-ops, because we don't know who are the owners of the individual co-ops in the building, because again, it's only one square and lot number. So if you have a unit of 200 units, we don't know each individual unit. We just know the management company.
Is that, I imagine that's because of the way that the properties, as you mentioned, are listed. If somebody living in a co-op owed the District of Columbia government, would you be able to know the individual and the individual co-op address?
So
Would you be able to attach?
when they owe the district, are you talking about real property or other taxes?
Other taxes, let's say income, individual
Yeah.
income.
We would know the individual unit because, for example, the person may get a paycheck from the district, it lists their address and their unit, so we would know that way.
Your system is established when it comes to the property taxes. You only know the square and lot for the building, but not the individual co-op owners or units.
Correct, because the management company is paying the real estate taxes.
Got it. I don't know. I'm just thinking about a way that it might be more useful to provide, information to people who could tend to benefit, even if you're already providing to the manager. But I don't know. Maybe Renee T is still listening and have some specific suggestions in his testimony that might be worth considering. We'll make sure you get a copy of it.
And we do provide information, again, when we're out in the communities and the different wards throughout the year on the real property relief programs. So when the people are there in the community, they're getting the information. And again, we communicate that with the property management companies throughout the course of the year.
And just if you could briefly provide a quick update on the modernized real property tax system and its integration into the modernized integrated tax system.
Sure. Again, we've been fully implemented now since December 7th of 2020. Working well. We always continue to have updates with our system, with our provider, Tax. We have quarterly and sometimes other updates. We're looking to move forward in 2024 for major update to the system. Continue to, again, provide any training to anyone in the district who wants to access the portal, to make use of it during the course of the day. Things are going pretty well with the system. We really like how things are working with it.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'd like to add that what the district's doing here is probably one of the most sophisticated system applications because of the nature of the district. We have all phases of tax, and what the team has done here is really quite commendable. Certainly taxpayers can have particular experiences or frustrations, but in general, we're fairly cutting edge in this area. That said, we still have a lot of opportunities and channels for taxpayers to communicate by phone or by person, even by mail. So while the trend is to become more and more automated, the reality is we still have a robust personal touch available to taxpayers.
Yeah, I mean, if there's I'd love for you all to give it some additional thought to ways that you could go about educating and making sure that the individual co-op owners have access to information. It sounds like it could be helpful to them as well as perhaps to the city. But I love to know that you all are willing to try to figure out at least how to target them for some regular outreach and access to information that the management companies are currently getting.
Sure.
Thanks. In last year's responses that you all provided, the office committed to invest in financial literacy and wellness of district residents through some outreach programs. Take a moment, if you would, to discuss some of the specific programs that the OCFO has implemented in the last year to fulfill that commitment.
Right, those programs are managed through Deputy CFO Pigler's organization, and I know they've spent a fair amount of time on those. I would hope that Carmen could give us some details on the expansion of those programs in the past year.
So we continue to participate in Financially Fit DC and our outreach to DC employees and disseminating information on financial health, investing, student loan and other debt repayment, and accumulating assets to purchase homes and other home ownership programs within the district that are available. We work on that program in conjunction with the district's Financial Literacy Council.
Do you all have performance plans that you have? So the city administrator's office publishes online performance plans for each of the agencies and performance reports. Do you all do something similar for your office, Mr. Lee?
Not that I'm aware. Is there a particular, and I'll defer to Angel Jacobs if she can add to that. Is there a particular, certainly we have very elaborate planning mechanisms in place for our variety of businesses. If there is something that you would like to see from us ahead of time that looks at particular metrics of our work, we're happy to provide that. And, ultimately, we are a process organization. We have dozens and dozens of processes that we manage. And so there are points where you can measure both the volume of these processes as well as the time to complete them. And so in general, financial operations can be monitored relatively closely. And if there is a regime of outputs or efforts that you would like us to provide more detail to on a routine basis, we'd be happy to have that discussion.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to hear from Ms. Jacobs, and good morning to you. I guess this is one of those areas, these types of outreach programs, that I think it would be helpful in terms of transparency and accountability for the public to be aware of them. And I'm sure you post information about them, but also just to know how you're doing. I find it helpful both for the agencies within our cluster, for this Committee on Business and Economic Development, but also other agencies, just to see how agency leadership and the mayor and the executive more broadly thinks about performance and what metrics they're using to measure their own performance. And so that's what prompted the question.
Okay.
Financial literacy and the financial well-being of district residents is extraordinarily important to me and to this committee, as well as some of the things you discussed earlier around racial equity. And so that again is what prompted the question. I don't know if you have a comment or would like to share some insights, Ms. Jacobs.
Sure. My experience is that in those kinds of efforts where you're trying to help particular segments of the community with any particular kind of program, you name it, but it's difficult to measure what they do in the end. We can measure very effectively our energy and effort we put into those kind of programs. And I would distinguish that between that kind of program as opposed to a financial process where we're aiming at speeding up, let's say, processing accounts payable events so that we reduce our time, for example, under certain conditions, where you can measure that very explicitly, the output, if you will. In these kinds of issues, you can report on our effort and our energy. It's difficult for us to measure when you're providing education, especially in the public realm, what outputs, how they've internalized that education and made different choices. Again, that's in no way a judgment. It's just much more difficult to measure as opposed to the internal processes that we operate. So in those cases, we can describe in detail our energy and effort and our evaluations of whether that energy and effort is positive or not.
No, I mean, that's fair. That's fair, and I appreciate that. I think even what you just described is something that could be incorporated into a performance plan and perhaps measured with that information and results being shared with the public. But I also think there's a component in terms of setting goals for outreach. How many individuals, how many organizations you'd like to touch? I think about some of the things that have been done with respect to the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program and financial literacy. And I think those programs are very important and I suspect are yielding some benefit to the participants of the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program. And so maybe there is a way to measure how many people are benefiting, how many young folks who are enrolled in the programs are benefiting from them. And this is something I think you can give thought to. So maybe there's some ways that you can measure it, less about, what that individual ultimately, I mean, there's only so far you can go in terms of measuring the agency's performance. And I guess that's the point you're making.
Yes.
But I think there still is some thought that you can give to whether you could still lay out performance plans, measure them, and then publish that information for the public to consume if they'd like.
Yes.
Last year we talked a bit about, actually, you know what? I don't know if you ever had, this came up with DISB, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking. I was asking about the Summer Youth Employment Program and the Youth Leadership Institute. These are some really popular programs that happen during the summer, and the young folks who enroll in them get these debit cards, which have to be tied to bank accounts. And I can't find my note that was shared with me about some challenges that folks had with those accounts. But it's my understanding that the bank that it's tied to, that those accounts are tied to, is not a DC-based bank. In fact, it's not either one of the smaller DC chartered banks, nor is it like a large a bank that more people are familiar with, and that some folks have experienced issues if they've lost a card. Does your office have a role in that process, or is that all DOES?
I'm not familiar with that. Ms. Pigler would manage that if it came through our office. Carmen, is this a program we manage, or?
I'm not familiar with it either. I would have to follow up.
Yeah, we'll follow up. That probably means it's not, but we'll.
Yeah, no, I suspect this Department of Employment Services, but I wanted to toss it out to you just because it has to do with something relevant to what we just talked about. Last year, we talked a bit about the district's deferred capital maintenance needs, specifically the long-range capital financial plan report identified a significant capital funding gap in the coming years, including for deferred maintenance. I'm sure this is an issue familiar to you. What kinds of progress has been made on this issue?
Well, in the end, this is a budget priority setting exercise, and you'll see in our presentation that I'm sorry, I'm looking up our presentation. We had specific, we updated the analyses that we did. This is, I believe, slide 12. And we identified about $14.47 billion in capital needs using our very sophisticated planning and analysis program, CARS. And I'm sure you've been briefed on that several times before. We know that the CIP that's adopted for fiscal years 23 through 28 address about 10.9 billion of that, with 3.5 billion remaining unfunded. But of that, about 1.45 of the unfunded needs are identified as deferred maintenance that can be addressed in as early as fiscal year 2032 if no additional capital projects are added to the plan. So all of this has to do with our practices for developing our capital plan and during the budget process. So our focus is to identify the funding gaps and then assess, of course, how the budget is working to address those gaps, and then execute the funding, the financing to support what you've all committed to.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm coming up on the end of my questions. The committee made full policy and operating budget recommendations to the agency in our fiscal year 2023 budget report that I'm sure you spent some time with. Could you update the committee on how your office has addressed those recommendations that we made?
I'll defer to Angel Jacobs on this issue. I know she's working on this. Angel?
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. Good morning.
Yes. We have reviewed the recommendations, particularly those that relate to, you spoke about filling our vacancies. And as the CFO recently said, we are putting every effort into making sure that we can effectively recruit and quickly bring on board staff to make sure that we fill the critical vacancies. As we indicated earlier, we have been able to maintain our operations given our current on board, but it is stressful to staff. And so we're working very hard to make sure that we can fill those vacancies so everyone's plate is not overflowing. The other recommendations that you made, I'm sorry. If you would,
yeah, there was one.
My memory for a moment.
Yeah, no, I can share with you. I'm gonna try to hide the ball here, but the others dealt with transparency around how your office calculates fiscal impact statements for proposed legislation. I think you've heard me and other members of the committee, and frankly, outside members of the council outside of the committee who've talked about, I guess, the level of opaqueness and how the FIS seem to come together when they seem to come together. And that was one of the recommendations. There was a recommendation around the office considering how to improve transparency, public engagement, and accountability across agency operations, including calculation of district revenue projections and determination of the office's fiscal year proposed budget request. And then the fourth one was encouraging the office to increase the number of district residents that it hires, which is something that's important for us here.
Yes, thank you for that. In terms of hiring more district residents, we actually engage we conduct district-only job fairs for district residents. We do those at least on a quarterly basis to make sure that residents of the district know what our vacancies are, understand what our application process is, and the kinds of positions that we have. Again, this is something that we work very hard at to try to increase our numbers. So it is a priority of the OCFOs as well. Transparency related to the fiscal impact statements. ORA, led by our Deputy CFO and Chief Economist, works very closely with all of the participants in the fiscal impact process. As you know, a fiscal impact statement is required for every piece of legislation before it can go into law. And so that means we work closely with the drafters, as well as industry experts, depending on the types of information that are required to compose the fiscal impact analysis. And we try to validate as much as possible through independent third-party information sources, the costs that actually would support the implementation of a bill. That information is actually shared with the stakeholders involved before we finalize the fiscal impact statement, to give them the opportunity to provide additional input if they think that we are not seeing the situation clearly, or there's additional information that needs to be added. And that gets circulated to those participants prior to the finalization of the fiscal impact statement. But we are always open to sources of information and other types of review that those involved in the process think would be helpful to ensuring that we get the number and the estimate correct.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be helpful. I mean, I think one of the concerns raised most frequently is when it comes to executive agency costs. Sometimes they can absorb, sometimes they can't. It seems to, in conversations that I've had with others, to be fairly subjective. At least it feels like it's fairly subjective in terms of how those costs are calculated and whether or not there even is a cost in that regard. So I do thank you for your response. My last question has to do with CBE spends. If you could talk about your CBE, SBE goals for fiscal years 21, 22, 23, and whether you hit your targets in FY 22 and 21, and how you're doing FY 23 to date.
Well, I can speak to fiscal year 22. I know that we exceeded our targets, and I want you to appreciate that I see the targets not as ceilings, but as floors. That I'm very encouraged with our organization's commitment to the targets, and very pleased to report what we experienced in 22. I think in 23, it's it's early to draw any kind of conclusion. So wherever we are right now is, spending can be lumpy through the year, and we can catch up. But I'm very, very pleased when I received the information about our spend for fiscal year 22, and hope that we continue that trend moving forward. Every jurisdiction has some version of this kind of requirement, and I think that's very, very healthy. It's local revenues supporting local citizens in a way that reflects the community, and we are very committed to making this happen for our organization.
Okay. Can you share, or somebody on the team share the numbers though for those for FY 21, 22, what the goals were, where you ended up, what's the goal for 23, and how you're doing, whether or not you're on track to hit your goal for 23?
Paul Lundquist is on the call and tracks that for us. He would best be able to answer that. Paul,
okay.
Are you still with us?
Yes, I can just supplement what our CFO said. Yes, indeed, we did meet the SBE targets for FY 21. We came in at $18.3 million of spending. That was 120% of our target.
And it's
18.3 million.
Got it. And that was 120%.
120%.
Got it.
FY 22, we were at $16.0 million of SBE spending, and that was 110% of our SBE goal.
Okay.
And then FY 23, we are proceeding along, working hard to meet our goal for FY 23, as our CFO said, and we expect to continue that record. We have worked together closely with DSLBD on all aspects of the SBE CBE process.
Okay, what's the goal for 23?
23 right now, it stands at 24.9 million. We are still in discussions with DSLBD about some exceptions that had previously been granted in prior years, and so we would expect that goal to be adjusted downward. But again, we're, as our CFO said, we see that as a as really the floor, not the ceiling that we obviously aim to exceed those targets every year.
Got it. In terms of waivers, how many waivers, do you have the numbers on how many waivers you requested in 21, 22, and 23?
Yeah, we can get that to you. We do request waivers for those contract actions that cannot be provided by CBEs, SBEs. But
Okay, can you get us the waivers that you request? How many waivers you requested for 21?
Yes, we can get that for
22
you.
and 23 to date, and then whether or not those requests were granted.
Yes, we'll get that to you.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, I have reached the end of my questions. Is there anything else that you would like to add to the record before we transition to our next agency?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. Thank you to you and your team for your time. And thank you to all of the public witnesses again for your time and your testimony this morning.
Very good.
I'm going to take just a brief recess. It's 11:56 a.m. I want to give the staff 5 minutes to transition to our next agency, which is going to be the Office of Lottery and Gaming. So let's just take 5 minutes to transition for any public witnesses and others to make them panelists. We'll return at, let's just say 12:02 p.m. All right, we're back. The time is 12:10 p.m. and we are reconvening this hearing before the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Once again, I am Councilmember Kenya McDuffie. The time is 12:10 p.m. and we're going to reconvene. We're going to reconvene at this point with the Office of Lottery and Gaming, which is an entity that regulates the sale of gaming products and charitable gaming activities in the District of Columbia. Since its inception, the DC Lottery has awarded more than $3 billion in prizes and transferred more than $2 billion to the district's general fund, which supports essential services. DC Lottery has helped raise more than $134 million for nonprofits through the licensing of charitable gaming activities in the District of Columbia. According to DC Lottery, they are also in charge of implementing the implementation and oversight, of sports betting within the district. With that, we have a few witnesses who have requested to testify. And we know we were having trouble with one of the witnesses being promoted, but I understand that Rptac Patel, Commissioner 2803, is available to testify. And good afternoon to you. It's always a pleasure to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that our comments may be entered into the permanent record. I actually testified before you last year in July at the Sports Wagering Roundtable about the lack of guidance and education around combined alcohol and sports betting licenses that ANCs are now responsible for. Last year, ANC 2A had to craft a combined settlement agreement for a new establishment. I flagged this specifically as this settlement agreement was the first in DC where a combined ABRA and sports wagering license was issued. I want to share for the record how incredibly time-consuming and difficult this process was. It was difficult as all parties and agencies involved were stumbling in the dark. When I reached out to the Alcohol Beverage Regulatory Agency for guidance, I was informed to contact the Office of Lottery and Gaming on the sports wagering aspect. There wasn't a specific point person that ABRA could point me to, nor was there any guidance on the Office of Lottery and Gaming's website, to be honest. That is really frustrating if you're an ANC and you got to be tasked with this responsibility. A whole lot of patience and methodical deliberation ensued between the operator and the ANC Commission. This lack of foresight created tensions due to the expectation of expert knowledge in regards to rules and regulations around sports wagering amongst community members in the ANC Commission. The ANC was expected to craft an agreement that would have to meet the criteria of, number one, not seeming so onerous to the operator that it would emit an anti-investment aura, and number two, residents wanted clarity and transparency in operations and safety protocols. One thing that was clear in the process, both sides felt rushed and pressured to enter an agreement. This would cause peril, as any delay would have cost the operator their license and put their establishment in jeopardy. Many ANCs are starting to deal with this now and have zero guidance and information, and residents are making their thoughts known in regards to how the entire process just doesn't seem to be transparent. I'm re-amplifying the following recommendations that were made a year ago. Number one, kiosks must have a beginning time and an end time inside of establishments. Geofencing, if possible, also be mandatory around establishments. Number three, set limit on cash payouts. Number four, have cash payouts done during daytime hours. Number five, do not allow cages in residential areas. Number six, require a 60 to 90-day review on all licenses issued to establishments. Number seven, require that safety and protocol guidelines be presented to the community. And number eight, the initial settlement agreement set in place is to remain in the case of a license transfer to a new establishment. To my knowledge, I believe none of these recommendations have been implemented or executed, which is why I'm appearing before you in this hearing and want to state that this is a real disappointment. I'm happy to address questions and provide further clarification. And, I just really like for you to know, Chairperson McDuffie, that a lot of the constituents were really frustrated and upset because they honestly felt bullied into having to go through this process because they weren't given the time and the flexibility to really like think through this process and ask the kind of questions they would have liked to the proprietor. I was frankly put in a really difficult position because the operator was tending to feel like they were getting beat up on by myself and members of the commission. They felt that a lot of the conditions that the community wanted was really onerous and overreaching. And I just felt that nothing I did and no one was going to be happy at the end of it. I mean, I think we reached a settlement agreement that we could live with, but both sides clearly made it clear that they would have liked to have seen more benefits to each one of them respectively. Community members echoed that they frankly didn't feel like I went far enough and would have liked more time to talk about it. And the operator made it very clear that they felt this was really onerous, and I perhaps brokered the most aggressive settlement agreement in history around sports wagering and an alcohol license. And I know that the executive director of Office of Lottery and Gaming is going to be here today, and I'd really like for him to address some of these concerns and recommendations that I've put in writing.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it, Commissioner. And I'll be sure to ask about this when Frank Suarez testifies in the hearing in just a little bit. For now, though, I want to turn to our next public witness, Michelle Minton with the Reason Foundation.
Yeah,
we had a little trouble getting you over as a panelist. I'm glad you were able to join us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
sorry about that. And thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and the rest of the members of the committee, also their staff who are extremely helpful. My name is Michelle Minton, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the Reason Foundation, which is a nonpartisan public policy think tank. I'm very happy for the opportunity to provide a little bit of commentary. I know you guys are busy, so I'll try and keep this pretty brief. Just some comments on the state of DC sports betting market in general, and one really suggestion on how it could be made more competitive and beneficial for the residents and the city at large. So when the council overwhelmingly approved legalized sports betting in 2018, one of the big reasons was a recognition that outlawing sports betting, like every other prohibition, just simply doesn't work, and it is usually counterproductive and costly to the city. The other reason was money, of course, because a lot of money is spent on illicit sports gambling, and some of that money should go to the city. And the council was told to expect around $90 million in tax revenue during the first 4 years of legal sports betting in the city. But almost 3 years into this, and the city's collected less than $4.5 million in taxes total, most of which came from the live betting kiosks at Capital One Arena, actually. And the explanation for what's going wrong in our sports betting market is not actually all that complicated. It's simply that our market is unacceptable to bettors. And their rejection can be seen even more clearly than in the tax revenue in the handle, which is the amount of money wagered through any kind of bookie. So the handle for the total of our market in the last 3 years was less than 130 million in wagers placed. That's less than the handle that the 7 mobile sports books in Maryland collected in January 2023, which was around $440 million just in that 1 month of January. And that generated about $2 million in tax revenue for Maryland in that 1 month. The problem with DC's market is its mobile sports betting sector. So mobile gaming already comprises about 20% of general gaming revenue, but mobile and online gambling is particularly critical for any kind of sports or gambling market in DC because the city has no casinos and limited options for live betting. And you mentioned the Class B licenses, the bars that allow sports betting. There's only one in the city so far. So the performance of DC's sports betting market overall was always going to depend on the performance of its mobile sports betting sector, which is not doing so well. The council in 2019 made the decision to authorize one company to operate a single betting app, Gambit DC, for mobile sports betting throughout the city. And I can understand why those reasons we wanted to get first to market, but bettors simply don't like that app. They find it glitchy and generally user unfriendly. But the bigger thing is not only is it a bad product, it is an expensive product. It offers worse odds and payouts than virtually any other private sports book, legal or otherwise. So if Gambit was the only game in town, it might have generated more interest, but it never was and never will be. Gamblers have many options, and they can always just return to the illicit market bookies that they were using before sports betting was legalized. But DC bettors don't even have to skirt the law. They can just get on the metro, go to Virginia, right on the border, and access one of that state's 14 mobile sports books from their phones. So you guys are in the very enviable position for legislators, which is you have a simple solution to a fairly complex problem, which is end the monopoly. Alyssa Silverman, former councilwoman, introduced a bill last year that would do exactly this, providing pathways.
Sure, you can see the clock or not, but
yeah, that's
the time
my
has
written testimony.
expired. Okay. Now I was going to ask, did you already provide us with your written testimony? I haven't had a chance to see it yet. Okay.
Yes.
We'll make sure we incorporate that into the record. I did want to ask just a quick question of Commissioner Patel. You mentioned you and some of your constituents felt bullied. By whom specifically do you all feel bullied you throughout the course of that process where you all were working to establish the combined settlement agreement?
So, Chairperson, when I say bully, it was just kind of like the amount of pressure and the timeline given to make this decision. So I wasn't the lead commissioner to actually broker the settlement agreement. The lead commissioner actually didn't even realize like that was part of the license approval process. And I happened to ask certain questions. I said, well, did you build in guidelines and protections to protect the community around this? And obviously, if the operator isn't going to point out an oversight that a colleague is going to make, and they were going to be able to exploit and have free reign, by the time like I had caught it and started asking questions, I'd called Abra and said, look, like what's the, is there a possibility of splitting this license back apart? And Abra said, if you don't approve it in like the next 10 days, like the entire license is null and void. And imagine the operator having to tell me they mortgaged their house. And if I don't get this completed in the deadline, their entire business is going to go under. And now they're facing pressure from their partners, thinking I'm an unreasonable ANC commissioner. And then members of the community feeling, well, why wasn't this brought up to us? And we didn't have a chance to weigh in. And then they felt bullied because they're getting an aura from the proprietor, trust me, I'm a good actor. And the community is like, I don't know you. And I'm tasked with the responsibility of, first and foremost, being the voice and the representative of a community. And they don't feel like they're being safe and protected. And then I've got a proprietor sitting here saying, well, if communities are always going to be on the side of no, we're not going to invest in your area. And then your area is going to become an economic desert.
Do you recall whether the ANC took a position on this particular permit license?
We voted in favor of it. And to be very honest, the proprietor had reached out to several of my colleagues trying to admit that I was unreasonable in some aspects. And some members pushed back and said, well, each one of us gets a vote. And as I said, and so far, and they stated, said Commissioner Patel isn't seeming like she's being unreasonable in a lot of these demands. And she's thought through a lot of this and she's willing to work with you on this. But I said, you have to understand, she's going to take the position of the community. And I spoke to the proprietor. I said, you can work with me, or I said, you can face an ABRA protest from, a party of 5 from the community, which they were prepared to do. And so I was able to kind of smooth that over. But the reason why I flagged this is, you're going to start hearing more and more a lot of contentions with ANC commissioners, members of the communities, and proprietors, because everybody's running here in the dark. Community members feel that this has been shoved down their throat. ANC commissions and commissioners like myself are going to feel put in the middle. And, proprietors are going to, tout this leverage of, well, you don't want us here, which is not true, or you want to try to shackle us and prevent us from making money, which is also not true. We just want to make sure that the way you conduct business is safe. The proprietor is located here on a college campus. So when you're introducing sports betting, I've got members of the community who are worried about undergrad students or, going into these establishments and gambling their tuition away or developing gambling problems.
Just the process, you laid out some recommendations in your testimony, and we have your written testimony. Thanks for providing it. Did you make these recommendations during or after the vote of the ANC?
A lot of these recommendations are actually incorporated into the settlement agreement, which is why the proprietor found them so onerous. The proprietor said in a meeting that every prominent attorney in the city was calling them and saying, if you agree to this, future proprietors will be screwed. They're not going to want to do sports betting. And, the amount of pressure and just, from all sides was just ridiculous. Like, as an ANC commissioner, I'm not paid for any of this. Like, this is a volunteer job for me. Right. And we appreciate and to sit here and kind of get this ear, it's not fun.
No, it doesn't sound fun. And I know it's often a thankless job. So we do appreciate it. And in case you don't hear it often enough, I want to thank you for your service. We appreciate it. I do want to, Michelle Minton, you went over your time, but I do want to give you an opportunity just to summarize the rest of your testimony. You said you already provided it right, so we appreciate that. But before I transition to Mr. Suarez, if you want to just take a brief moment to summarize the rest of your testimony.
Thank you so much for that. It's pretty simple. The problem is simple, is that we only have one entity operating in our online sports betting market, which was always going to be the vast majority of sports betting in DC, just based on the nature of the geography. And there's a reason that the DMV sucks, because you have no other option. Competition with just a few more actors. If you look at Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, they already have multiple actors in this space, and that spurs innovation, lower prices. The big problem here with the sports betting app in DC run by the lottery is that it's simply expensive. The odds are terrible, and they don't exactly have the impetus. I know that they are trying to balance generating as much revenue as possible for the city, which is laudable. However, the product that they produce to do that isn't generating that money because nobody has any interest in it, and they have many other options available to them. And other states, as they make their markets more competitive by adjusting their regulations, tax rates, etc., DC is at risk of being left in the proverbial dust anyway, unless we act. And luckily, like I said, the solution is fairly simple. Create a pathway for private companies to apply for licenses to operate some kind of sports betting apps within the city limits.
In terms of that suggestion, which obviously is not novel, and we've had hearings before this committee about the performance of the sports betting, Gambit and Intralot as a contractor. But we also have heard Frank Suarez testify about what the return would be for the city. Frankly, to summarize his testimony, were the district to take that step to allow for competitive mobile, it would return less money, and that the Gambit app, for all its challenges with rollout, timing, desire to point the pandemic, despite some of the things we've seen in other jurisdictions that similarly experienced the pandemic, that it wouldn't make financial sense for the district to do that. How would you respond to that assessment?
Factually incorrect. If you look at every other state, even states that have similar, in terms of numbers at least, populations, those that have just more than one mobile operator on a monthly basis, pretty much consistently, make more money than DC's mobile gambling bet makes in a year. So it is just a mere fact that,
what jurisdiction would you compare the district to in that regard for that comment?
Let me just pull up really quickly. I was just looking at a whole listing of all the different states. I'm not sure where I could find it. I would compare it. Actually, it's pretty close to Maryland, even though Maryland's population is significantly larger than DC's. But let me see if I can pull up those exact numbers. Sorry, I'm trying to find that.
I mean, and that's part of what frequently is expressed as a challenge of comparing the district with other jurisdictions.
And actually,
both our population, which is significantly smaller than any state, but then also the federal enclave and the prohibitions associated with gambling in that area.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that online is even more critical for a DC betting market, regardless of whether it's sports or not, than in every other state. We just have limited real estate. We have no casinos. We might have more bars and taverns that allow for this activity. But again, you know, as Rptac was talking about, that creates some additional headaches and problems for neighborhoods. Not that that should be shunned or shied away from, but online and mobile is really just a huge and growing portion of the gaming market. And if you look at what happened during the pandemic, that was exactly the moment where, had we had a competitive market, we would have been raking in a lot more money. The city would have been generating much more money because people wouldn't have to go into a building to be with other people to do that. They wouldn't have to leave at night, which, you know, women may not necessarily want to do, walk away from a tavern, bar, or arena at whatever, 10 o'clock at night. So these options.
I mean, I think that's a fair point. And if you watch this committee over the years, you recall questions that we asked about that. I mean, I recall quite literally, you know, driving down the Capital One Arena during the pandemic and seeing lines that stretched the entire block, which suggested a preference to come in person during a pandemic as opposed to go online and engage with the app.
Which I think is one of the most, I saw that as well. And I noticed that because, you know, I've written about gambling for 15, 16 years now in the United States, and seeing a line around the block for a physical kiosk in an arena in a city where there is an option for mobile gambling is unique. That doesn't normally happen. It would happen at a place like Montana, which also has their lottery run online app as the only option for mobile gaming. It's just a single operator, whether run by a government entity or not, just does not have the same impetus to respond to consumer needs in the way that if they were, you know, if and this is no offense to the lottery or Intralot, but in the 3 years that they've been operating sports betting in the city, were they an employee, they'd be fired. They were an elected official, they would not be reelected. So I think the city has already dedicated about $250 million and has reaped less than $5 million in 3 years. So whatever they want to say about how well they are going to do, I think time has been tested. DC has already lost its first mover advantage compared to Pennsylvania, Maryland, and other surrounding states who beat us to the punch and very quickly surpassed, even on just a monthly basis, the money that DC sportsbooks were taking in. We have a few kiosks around the arenas, mostly in the Southwest, but not everybody wants to do that, like I said. So mobile option is important. And if people can't get that mobile option and also don't want to travel to an arena or wherever, they will continue to do what they were doing prior to legalization, which is spending millions of dollars that would, or going to another state. That money should stay in the district, go to legal businesses, and go to fund, you know, the city's needs. Not necessarily other states or illicit operators.
Thank you. Do you have occasion to talk to any of the Class B operators?
Me personally, no, I have not, but I would like to. Yeah, I can't imagine the difficulties of working with you know, the ANCs and trying to navigate ABRA and alcohol laws, and then also trying to have a sports betting license, which is tricky because, you know, I guess with alcohol you have 21, but it's also the issue of problem gambling, which was addressed. And I know those taxes that we collect from sports betting in the city, some of that money is dedicated to exactly that, is to helping people who might have a problem, giving them resources, knowledge that those resources exist, first of all. But that money's not being generated. And luckily, problem gambling is usually pretty steady. Since the 1970s, usually within the population, it's I think around 2 to 5% generally, but there are people who will, in the course of their lives in the city, realize that they have a problem with this activity and want those resources. And right now, I think those resources are probably underfunded because we are not generating the tax revenue. We're frankly sending the tax revenue to Maryland and West Virginia that would fund those programs here.
I see that Commissioner Patel, you have your hand up. I'll give you just a moment to make the final comment before we transition to Executive Director of the Office of Lottery and Gaming.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I just kind of wanted to echo a point that Michelle made. around safety and security. A lot of these recommendations, if you look at them, Chairperson, they are around safety and security. This is the reason why there is such virulent pushback, because operators, feel that, okay, once an individual exits the establishment, their responsibility and obligation is over, which technically it is. But if you're going to be in a residential area, you have to be able to justify to a community, how are you going to mitigate threats against a vulnerable population, such as women, such as somebody who could be leaving an establishment with their winnings? How are you going to guarantee their safety once they exit out the door? And these are valid questions that a community wants to have answered and need to be addressed for an ANC commission to hand out a license. So I may sound like I'm being difficult and I'm being nitpicky, but I'm doing my due diligence and I'm ringing the alarm on things that I feel have just genuinely been overlooked. And if, people like my colleague Michelle want sports betting to succeed in this city, these are some of the things you're going to have to do if you want to get buy-in from your ANC commissions and for residents and voters of DC, if you want to see this executed well and properly. And so thank you for the point of privilege and letting me have that final comment. And I'll yield back the time. Thank you.
Well, no, absolutely. Thank you for your testimony, and I'm sure your constituents appreciate that you're not being difficult and advocating on their behalf. So thank you both for your testimony this afternoon. We're gonna shift next to our government witnesses, Executive Director Suarez, and I don't know if you have anybody else who plans to provide testimony, but we have a new rule at the council to swear in government witnesses, and I'd like to do that for you and anybody else who you think may testify.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Duffy, and any other members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. So, like you said, I'm Frank Suarez, the Executive Director.
Well, Mr. Suarez, I want to swear you in before you start.
Yeah, I was going to introduce the other guy,
Oh,
members.
perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Lottery and Gaming, and with me today are Ridgely Bennett, the Chief Counsel for OLG, Craig Lindsay, the Agency Fiscal Officer, and Peter Alvarado, Director of Regulation and Oversight.
Perfect. Thank you each for being here this afternoon. If you all would like to raise your right hand and make sure you're unmuted. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of the law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Committee of Business and Economic Development at the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you each for that. I'm going to hand it back over to you, Executive Director Suarez,
Great.
to provide your testimony.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to present testimony on OLG's performance for fiscal years 20 and 23. I am going to share a presentation. So let me just pull that up really quickly. Oh, if I can just get access to do that.
I have to be with my staff. I've never given access.
Yeah, whoever normally gives it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, I got it.
Should have.
I've got it now.
And before you begin, though, we can start the clock over. Before you begin, do we already have this information?
Yes, it was provided. So you have both the presentation and a written testimony.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I have that. Okay, fine. You can go ahead.
All right. Great. So real quickly today, I'm going to just walk you through a quick overview of OLG, how OLG has performed overall, and then provide an update on the performance of lottery and sports wagering specifically. So really quickly, OLG is both a gaming operator and regulator in the district. OLG operates lottery through the DC Lottery brand and sports wagering through the Gambit DC Sportsbook, while also regulating charitable gaming, games of skill, and privately operated sports wagering. Now, here is OLG's mission and our core values, and the mission reflects OLG's commitment to responsibly growing revenue for the district through both sales growth and expense management. And our core values really guide OLG in its efforts to achieve its mission. Since our inception in 1982, OLG has generated more than $8.1 billion in ticket sales, transferred more than $2.3 billion in net profit to the general fund, awarded $4.4 billion in prizes to players, and our network of licensed retailers has earned approximately $475.4 million in commissions. We've also assisted local nonprofits in raising more than $136.5 million to support their important causes. Now, as the district enters its third year of the COVID-19 pandemic, OLG staff and our retailers and our vendor partners really continue to be resilient while enduring a diminished population, as well as combating the significant rise of inflation and gas prices, which introduced a new variety of economic distresses for both players and retailers in 2022. In fiscal year 22, OLG sales for both lottery and sports wagering totaled $274.5 million. That's an increase of $9.7 million or 3.7% year over year. And OLG's fiscal year 22 transfer was $40.7 million, which was a decrease of $7.4 million or 15.4% versus 21 and 6.9% higher than 2020. Now, lottery jurisdictions across the country have found it difficult to repeat a lot of the short-lived sales records that they had in 21, as they benefited from the pent-up demand that followed the 2020 pandemic shutdowns, the opening of additional sources of entertainment for players, combined with the record gas prices and inflation rates that we really haven't seen since before the inception of the lottery, really made growing lottery sales a challenge. So in 2022, actually 69% of US jurisdictions experienced zero or negative sales growth. Now, DC lottery sales in fiscal year 22 totaled $217 million. That's down $7 million or 3.1% year over year. And in contrast, the fiscal year 2022 lottery prize payout actually increased significantly to 60.4% compared to 55.5% in 21. Now, the increase in prize payout combined with the decrease in lottery sales resulted in a net transfer of approximately $38 million in fiscal year 22, which was 21% less than 21. Now, while the challenges in fiscal year 2022 have continued into fiscal 23, OLG really has worked hard to mitigate the declines and reduce the impact of the ongoing economic obstacles that we're facing. Lottery sales year to date in fiscal year 23 are $56.2 million, which is up slightly 0.6% compared to fiscal year 22. And lottery's fiscal year 23 year-to-date transfer is $11.8 million, which is 5.3% less than fiscal year 22's transfer of $12.5 million through the same period. And again, this is the consequence of a higher price payout percentage of 67.7% compared to the 60.9% we had for the same period last year. Now, the remainder of fiscal year 23 will bring innovation and continuous improvement to lottery, its retailers and players. Retail will finally have new retail point of sale terminals, ticket checkers, and multimedia screens completely rolled out. Lottery sales coordinators will have a new sales tracking tool to help with their customer relationship management efforts. We're going to continue modernizing with a pilot of new touchscreen vending machines in key locations. Players will finally have a new lottery mobile app to purchase iLottery games, check their tickets, and access many other key lottery functions on the go. And DC Keno will increase the frequency of its drawings to give players more daily chances to play and win. And instant tickets will also continue to be a focus as lottery continues its instant ticket optimization initiatives. This includes increasing the number of instant tickets launched from 28 to 35 this fiscal year, as well as the launch of a new $30 instant ticket that will be uniquely positioned within the DMV area. The number of promotions that we're doing for our numbers games have doubled in fiscal year 2023. And for iLottery, we have accelerated our launch of new e-instant games to every 2 weeks. And we'll be adding a new third-party e-instant game provider to expand e-instant game variety for our players. Now, sports wagering in the district continues to significantly expand. In fiscal year 22, private sports wagering operators increased wagers up 44%, totaling approximately $160 million in handle, which is the dollar amount of wagers placed, and handle was up 9%. Now, while wagers and handle were up, tax revenue from private operators totaled $1.4 million, which was down about $719,000 or 33.3% compared to the prior year. Last fiscal year, we did approve the first Class B license in the nation for Grand Central Sportsbook, and we're happy to also approve the third Class A license at Audi Field for FanDuel. For fiscal year 23, year to date, private sports wagering operators have increased wagers about 1.1%, resulting in approximately $44.4 million in handle, which is down $6.8 million or 13.3% compared to the same period in fiscal year 22. However, tax revenue actually has increased year to date by $62,535, which is an increase of 12.3%. Growth of privately operated sports wagering in the district is expected to continue, and the district's second Class B license was approved with the new over-under sportsbook starting operations in late December 2022. In addition, 3 companies have started a Class B application. Now, Gambit DC experienced phenomenal growth in fiscal year 22, surpassing private operator and handle growth rates. More than 1.9 million wagers, totaling 58.3 million, were placed via Gambit DC. That's a growth rate of 59% for wagers and 38% for handle, respectively, compared to 21. And Gambit DC provided a transfer to the district of $2.7 million. Now, Gambit DC's remarkable growth has continued into 23. With 692,320 wagers placed, equaling $20.5 million in handle. That's an increase of 30%. And as of December 31st, we're estimating a transfer of $696,236, which is a 2.3% increase compared to prior year thus far. We'll look to continue building on the tremendous growth experienced by Gambit DC. Thus far, Gambit DC launched a revamped user experience in late October, providing players with improved navigation and experience that better aligns with private operator apps. The next phase will include updating the web platform, adding new betting options like same-game parlays, and introducing a rookie mode that will guide novice sports bettors through the wagering process. We continue to enhance our data sources, accessing official data from the 4 big leagues, while also expanding our new markets, and our retail rollout and optimized marketing efforts will continue. Now, it's important that we look at the district's model overall and its performance. So the district's model for sports wagering is succeeding and continues to consistently outperform other jurisdictions per capita. Since the district has a unique model and by far the smallest population, it's best to measure on a per capita basis, which minimizes bias due to population. So if we look at the chart, which has sports wagering revenue data for fiscal year 2022 of the 13 U.S. jurisdictions that have had mobile and online sports wagering for at least 1 year, you can see that the district provided $6.20 per capita sports wagering revenue during that time. The district is the highest performing jurisdiction with a 10% tax rate on private operators and is 42% higher than the $4.36 per capita in tax revenue provided by Virginia, which actually has a higher tax rate of 15%. In addition, it's important to note that the 2 best performing jurisdictions by far, New Hampshire and Rhode Island, have a sole operator model overseen by the lottery with a meaningful share of revenue. This is similar to the district. However, neither New Hampshire nor Rhode
Director
Island.
Suarez, can
Yes.
I hate to interrupt, but I want to, this is a lot of information. It's useful, but I want you to, if you can, go back to what you said about New Hampshire and Rhode Island.
Yes.
And just point out on slide 15 if there's a reference on there, because it's kind of small, but I also have it.
Yes. So if you look at number 1 and 2 on the ranking of that chart, so they're ranked based on per capita revenue. And Rhode Island is number 1 and New Hampshire is number 2. And those are the sole operator markets in addition to us. And also when you look at the per capita numbers, you can see it's by far, like they're double the next market, which is New Jersey, right? That as all private operator, they have double the per capita tax revenue compared to any of the private operated markets. Can you see that on that chart?
I can, and by private operator, which state would that represent?
Yeah, so New Jersey, all of the other states except for our jurisdiction in DC are private.
Got it.
Okay. And Montana is not on here because Montana does not operate the same way. Their mobile is restricted to the location. So you can only play at a restaurant or bar. You can't actually play across the state. So we've taken Montana off of the list, but the rest of these states have had mobile or online sports betting for at least a year.
Okay, and how long have Rhode Island and New Hampshire had?
They came on after us, but very quickly after. I can get you that information, but they've been multiple years.
Okay, I'm just looking. I mean, I'm looking, and maybe there's a reason that you can share that it's not the best comparison, but they have systems similar to ours, and that they have a single operator, right?
Yes, but the difference is they don't have any private operators in their jurisdiction operating, while we do, and that is a very different impact to us.
Their revenues seem to be significantly
yes,
more,
because they get the share of everything in their jurisdiction. They don't just have a 10% tax rate. They get 51% all bets and all GGR in that jurisdiction.
Got it.
Versus here, we get 10% tax on the private operators that are in the jurisdiction, and then we get to have 57% of our GGR that's left over.
57% of our GGR.
Yeah.
Was left over both from the private and then the other one?
No, for us, it's just mobile online that we get, and also whatever we get at retail for Gambit DC, we get 57.5% of that.
Got it. Okay.
So it's a little bit complicated with us to compare because no one is like us. But if you think about some of the testimonies where they're talking about private operator models being more impactful than sole operator, this disputes that completely.
But why, I mean, is there a case to be made? And I'm not making the case, but I'm asking the question. Yeah. Is there a case to be made that our program should reflect something more similar to Rhode Island and New Hampshire?
I mean, I think you could, based on the data. If I just looked at the data and I said, what are the best performing? There's two ways that you can go at it. One is you do a sole operator model with a nice high share of revenue, like they have 51%. We have, for what we actually have as just ourselves, the 57.5. Or you can go with all privately operated, but to be successful, you really want a higher tax rate, right? So us at 10% or even the 15% tax rate that was part of the bill that was proposed, that's too low. That's why you have states like New York, which is a very, very new state that launched mobile and online. They have a 51% tax rate. And part of that is they learned from a Rhode Island and New Hampshire that you can get a good share of revenue. They can still make a lot of money, and the jurisdictions can still also take in a good share of that.
And that's New York you just mentioned?
Yes, New York.
So explain New York for me again.
Yeah, so New York just launched not too long ago. They went mobile and online, and they have a 51% tax rate on GGR.
And is that all private, or is it some combination?
Yes, it's all private. So it's all, they have licenses to private operators, and they're just taxing. It's just a tax rate on private. Right. So the argument that when we ask about what's going to make the most revenue and maximize the revenue for a district, it's not so much that I'm saying private can't work. Private can work if you tax it appropriately. But if you're introducing a bill that only taxes it at 15%, like the one before, that's not going to make enough money to overcome the amount of share of revenue that we can generate with the 57.5%.
So is there a case to be made that you see it in I know this is probably extraordinarily difficult, and maybe I shouldn't even pose it in this way, but I'd love for you to sort of give an objective answer to this. You can do that, of opening it up for a competitive mobile on the private side, but changing the law somehow in terms of how you tax.
Yes, you totally can. Totally can. I mean,
what does it look like?
If you ask me, and the private operators would not be happy, I'd go closer to a New York model and tax as much as you can, because that's going to give you the biggest share of the profit.
Okay, what's the incentive for the private operators? Or when you say the private operators aren't going to be happy, which operators specifically are you referring to?
Most of them, just because the tax rate is so high.
Mobile, right? So or the retail folks?
I say that again.
Are you talking about mobile or retail or
mobile, retail, any? I
Okay.
mean, I think we're talking mostly mobile is really what everyone continues to want to open up. And I think, the higher the tax rate, the less money they make. So they're not usually proponents of those high tax rates. Hence why the bill that was proposed was 15%. I assume they were proponents of a lower tax rate for that. But most of the states that have had the most success in terms of generating the most amount of revenue are the higher tax rates. So the Rhode Island's, it's not tax rate, but it's revenue share, 51%, New Hampshire, 51%. You've got New York just did 51% on tax, and then Pennsylvania is 36%, and they do pretty well as also.
Yeah, they seem to do better than pretty well. Talk about Pennsylvania on this list.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania has a 36% tax rate on sports wagering, mobile and online. And so, they get a good share of that revenue compared to, if you look at sort of the per caps of all the other states, you can see their tax rates are really low. And so they're just not taking in that much per person. A lot of that is going to it's going to the private operators. They're the ones making that money.
What about somebody that's closer to us, but above? Let's talk about explain to me what Tennessee is doing and when they started.
Yeah, same thing. Tennessee was a while ago as well. I want to say they've been going for multiple years, 2-3 years, but
they private? What's their?
Yep, they're all private and only online, no retail anywhere. So they decided to just go private.
Private only, online. By online, you mean mobile?
Yes, online, mobile. Yeah,
okay.
Website, mobile, both.
20%. And per capita, they're at $792.
Right.
Which is still higher than the district.
Yes.
They're mobile only.
Right.
So what do you attribute that to? It seems like they're outperforming us.
They have a higher tax rate on the private operators, and they're a bigger state. They also don't have as many things to compete with. You know, Tennessee is on the border of North Carolina, Alabama, Kentucky. They don't have all of the things to have to compete with around that. And I believe, Tennessee launched in 2020.
Okay, and New York is not on this list, but what's their rate again?
Well, their tax rate is 51%.
51%. Okay, and of all these jurisdictions on the list, or any of the ones you know of, including New York, which is at 51%, like Rhode Island, New Hampshire, is every jurisdiction, to your knowledge, in terms of I assume some of these debates are ongoing. People are constantly we are evaluating,
yes,
what they're doing. Is anybody in conversation to change, that you're aware of, some aspect of their program because they're not satisfied with the returns, or they're not satisfied for some other reason?
So recently, last year, Virginia had changed their regulations because they were allowing private operators to deduct promotional offerings from their GGR before taking the tax. So they had changed their law to not allow that anymore, so that they could actually generate more revenue. And now there's actually a new bill being proposed again to reverse that. So that's one thing that we know is happening out there. And I know that the private operators in New York continue to try and persuade or make the argument that they need to lower their tax rate.
But in all these jurisdictions, regardless of the rate, if given the opportunity, the private operators are entering the market?
Not in Rhode Island and New Hampshire.
But that's because the law prevents it, right?
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, with the law.
So who are you asking gives them the opportunity?
The law permits private operators to operate. Is there any jurisdiction where they've decided, because the rate is too high or for some other reason, that they're not going to enter that market?
That who's not going to enter that market?
The private operators. I'm asking a question about the private
I don't know.
operators.
I can't speak to what private operators want to do or don't want to do. I'm sure there's some that think it might be too big. But to be very honest with you, Councilmember, if I'm New York, I'm like, if you want access to the market, it's a 51% tax rate. You can make money, then that's great. And if not, then don't enter the market.
Is it, to your knowledge, in New York, is there some private operator that is not in the market?
I'd have to check and see. I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't dug that deep into it.
I was curious, just not that this is the industry that you work within, and obviously you're going to be an expert on DC and maybe not any other jurisdiction, but I know that there are a lot of articles that get written, and there's a lot of discussions across jurisdictions about best practices or what's happening. And so that question I asked earlier was just a matter of whether you were aware where some private operator, maybe somebody well-known, has decided, you know what, we're not entering this market, or they haven't yet.
I'm sure they have. I think New York has experienced that. But I think, again, the way I would approach it is what's going to be the best for the district, not what's best for a private operator. A private operator will make money. It just depends on which one is willing to not profit as much as they might be profiting in other places.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that anybody in the district who works for the district would do something or should do something that's best for a private operator.
Yeah.
Certainly not the committee's intention. It was more of an observation about what might be working other places, or what's not working in other places, right? If there's a place that has a law that permits private operators to get licensed, but because of some reason, whether it's tax rate or otherwise, private operators are not entering that market, then I wanted to know
Yeah,
if you're aware of that. And
I have not. The only place I read of that and have seen private operators sort of complaining about it is New York because of the high
Okay.
tax rate. I would
Got it.
imagine the other two states that are sole operator, I don't know, but I would assume they probably get private operators wanting them to open that market as well, but I don't know for sure. I think
Okay.
that's always the thing. So
All right, I'm gonna let you get back to your testimony. I know I cut you
Yeah.
off. I think we cut the clock. I don't think any of my colleagues have joined, so we've got a little bit of.
yeah, I'm almost done. I was almost done anyway. So, I think basically where we stopped, what I was trying to explain is that we have New Hampshire and Rhode Island. They have a sole operator model overseen by the lottery with a meaningful share of revenue. That's similar to the district. However, the one thing I do want to point out that's different is we have private operators competing with the government operator sports wagering platforms within the jurisdiction. So based on this data and our experience, it disputes the contention that a competitive market open to multiple licenses would be would be better than, or operate better and generate more revenue than our current model. On the contrary, the data confirms that a sole operator model that provides a larger share of profits is most effective for the district. And also, I think it's important to point out that the ability for Gambit to have such strong growth as we're seeing in a highly competitive environment with competition within its borders, which no other government operated system has, that is even more impressive. And so really, the continued expansion of sports wagering along with the upcoming initiatives, I think really will provide a strong foundation for the future of the lottery and sports wagering here. I'm really proud and very proud and thankful for OLG staff commitment and their hard work. And I'm excited for what is to come in the remainder of fiscal year 23. We look forward to the opportunity to drive continued responsible growth of gaming revenue for the district. And in closing, Chairman McDuffie, I just want to thank you, the council and the mayor, for your continued support of the Office of Lottery and Gaming and for this opportunity today. And that concludes my testimony. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. I do have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Start out with some questions around racial equity. In the pre-hearing questions that we provided to you all, the committee asked you about efforts to increase your marketing and communications to diverse businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And the question came from the OLG's response to questioning last year, where the office stated that it could increase those efforts. So in your response, you talked a lot about community events that you attended or sponsored, with several efforts in partnership with the mayor's constituency offices, for example, like the Office of Latino Affairs and the Office of Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs. Those efforts really didn't seem specifically targeted to diverse businesses, but rather to the communities as a whole. You mentioned your partnership with the Korean Grocers Association, and we've interacted with them here at the committee, but you did not indicate any other organizations focused on outreach to diverse business owners. Do you all have partnerships with any other organizations, like any specific chambers of commerce? Is it Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Black Chamber of Commerce, is it Quality Chamber of Commerce, or any other similar outreach specifically targeted at diverse business owners?
Yeah, no, it's always a good question. I think, we did do a lot of work with the mayor's constituency offices. We also, one that we worked with was the Office of African American Affairs. And also, we did like 3 events with the Amharic speaking community that was specific about businesses. We have quite a few retailers that are from that community. And so we continue to have that outreach. I think in regards to specific, like the Chamber of Commerce's, we do not have specific relationships with them, but I think we'd be open to doing that. I don't think it's something that we're not open to. I think it's just something we've not done in the past, but it's a good point to look at that. We tend to partner with sort of the broader organizations like the Restaurant Association and the broader Chamber of Commerce. and definitely hope to get businesses that way. But I think we can always look at, are there more targeted organizations that can do that? For sure. I mean, one of the things I will tell you is I think we do have a pretty diverse retailer base. And so we're very happy about that. We're trying to track that now, as you know, with our applications. It's a little bit of a hard thing to do because a lot of these places are business entities and not just actual people that are applying. And so sometimes you get that information, sometimes you don't. But I can tell you, for example, with Gambit DC, when the folks that actually answer the question, and it's a question that they can or cannot answer, it's really up to them. I think we had like 45 people answer, 40, and of the 45, 28 were minorities. So I think we feel really good about our retailer base and the minority and diverse population that it has. But I think, there's always room for improvement.
Let me pause just to make sure I understood what you just mentioned. You said there were 45, and if you could just back up and restate that. Sorry.
Yeah, so there was 45 applications, or I'll say of the applications we got, 45 responded with what their race or ethnicity was. And of the 45, 28 were minorities.
And these are 45
designated
applications for what exactly?
Gambit DC. So that was one where we started tracking that. And so we've been able to.
For what though? For Gambit DC, for what specifically?
For retailers.
Retailers, got it. Okay. And of the 45, 28 self-identified as minorities?
Yes.
Do you know of the 28 that self-identified as minorities, how that breaks down?
Yeah, it was 17, I believe, were, and I have that, 17 were African-American, and 11 were Asian.
Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that you have some organizations that sound like you've been interacting with, which is great. Not saying do fewer, just suggesting that you might expand the outreach.
No, and I appreciate your suggestion on the organizations, because we can always look at those.
Just following up on that, we asked about a lot of these efforts in partnership with DSLBD for fiscal years 22 and 23 on expanded capacity building program focusing on how to involve CBEs from various business sectors and sports wagering.
Yes.
And the office responded with several events in FY22, but said that planning was ongoing for 23. Have you conducted any such events in this fiscal year?
Yes, let me find that. I actually have Peter Alvarado can probably tell you faster than me, but I believe we have. Peter, are you on?
I'm on. Right now, we're working with DSLBD to craft to have some events for later this year. So we're right now working on the dates with DSLBD, and so we'll come out with those shortly.
Okay, when could we expect to see those? I know we're in almost a March in the fiscal year.
Yeah, I suspect that by the end of this month we'll have the dates finalized and the topics and stuff, so we can put that out to start the DSLBD will start the recruitment process to get to participants.
Can you add us to your distribution list just to make sure whatever notices you all are sending out to the broader community can include the committee?
Okay, will do.
This is along the lines of what you talked about in your efforts to collect demographic information.
Yeah.
And this has to do with the games of skill applications.
Okay.
Are those, but you mentioned earlier that there were, I think you said 28 or 48?
48.
48 applications. And those are for the retailers on the sports betting. The games of skill, my understanding is that there were 28 retail applications.
Yeah, and those are more license applications. So they're not retailers for us, but they're just licenses. Yes.
Okay, and are those 11 provided demographic information?
Yes.
Do you have that breakdown of the demographics for that?
And we provided that in the responses, but I can tell you here, 1 African-American, 8 Caucasian or white, 1 Hispanic or Latino. And
Got it.
then
Okay,
one.
so we
to
have the
avoid-
breakdown for games of skill, but not the breakdown for Gambit. Is that
Oh,
correct?
no, I do have Gambit. I get that. We provide that as well.
Okay, maybe we overlooked it, but if you could just alert, this is as a matter of follow-up, just alert us to where you provided that. Or if you
Yeah,
wanna
it's
just resend
under
it.
question number 2 in your response in the questions that were provided before.
Got it. Okay.
And again, it's really up to them if they answer it or not. So it's
Right. And I don't know if you have thoughts on whether there's an opportunity to, I mean, it's clearly voluntary.
Yeah.
But if there are any efforts you all have to increase the percentage of folks who voluntarily provide that.
well, I mean, I think we can. I think it's a fine balance, Chairman,
Sure.
because we don't use that data to determine any of the licensing, and so we
Right.
don't want to seem like it's an important factor in that determination, right? We like to get the data, but I don't want it to feel like they have to answer, and that will have any determination on their license.
Okay. Do you all work with the mayor's office of racial equity at all? I know you all fall under the OCFO, which is an independent agency, but do you all have any interactions with the mayor's office of racial equity?
Not that I know of. At least I've not since I've been here. I haven't interacted with them specifically. We work with the constituency offices, but not that I know of specifically with the racial equity.
Okay. Do you all have any specific performance metrics that you use to measure how you're doing with respect to making the agency more equitable, both internally, with your staff and externally with the folks you interact with?
Yeah, I mean, I think within the staff and here in with us, we are part of the OCFO, and the human resources team does a great job of sort of monitoring and looking at the diversity of our employees. It is a very important part of our organization. Equity and inclusion is one of our key goals. And I'm really proud of the fact that we have a very diverse employee team here, as well as leadership team. We're very diverse. And so very proud of that fact. The other, in terms of measuring others, like you said, we're capturing some of the licensing, as we go with retailers. We're trying to figure out how to capture that with our lottery retailers. It's a little bit more complex, and it now happens when they have to renew or apply new ones versus we have retailers that have been retailers for a while, but we can track that. And then the other thing that we do for players is we do every couple of years, we do a brand and product study, and we get information on the makeup of our players and what that demographic looks like, and just making sure that, it's actually a couple of things we would look at is, one, making sure that we do have a diverse group of players, but then also making sure we're not overly indexing in one group versus another, because we want to make sure that we're reaching everyone equally.
No, thank you for that. The reason that I'm asking about performance measurement, and I've asked it of the agencies that have come before the committee, is because maybe you're familiar with the REACH Act, the Racial Equity Achieved Results Act, but we passed it some years ago. It's a bill that I authored, really to try to make the district more racially equitable across the board, but throughout government, to get government employees trained to require the executive to establish a tool to utilize to measure performance. And I think it's vitally important that a government that says it values equity has in place a way to measure performance. But I think that's one of the truest tests of whether or not we're succeeding in our efforts. And so, what are your thoughts about establishing some sort of tool that better allows you to gauge whether you have the right goals established and whether or not you're achieving those goals, or how well you're doing toward achieving those goals?
Yeah, I mean, I think always open to doing more in those efforts. And I mean, I will definitely be the first to say I'm a proponent of being able to track, any sort of performance and goal and results. I've not ever seen one of those type of tools. So I would love to know, if there's one that's out there that's been developed and sort of what we would use. Again, we do it in a much more informal way across all of our businesses and everything that we do, right? So with our website, making sure there's language access, making sure we have diverse imagery, making sure in our ads and our marketing that we have diverse imagery, and that we're using diverse media, right? We're minority publications, minority media, but not too much because we need to make sure it's balanced and we're not targeting one group more than another. That's the one balance here that I always want to reiterate with gaming and the potential for any sort of problems. We always want to balance how much we're targeting in one direction versus another. And so we try to make sure our targets are broad and not too heavy in one place. And like I said, we measure our players, what kind of players, their demographics, are we over indexing in one group versus another? So we measure and we know whether or not we're increasing or decreasing, right? We know what our employees, but I don't think we've ever formally put it in one place.
Okay. No, I think formalizing it could be helpful yeah, so I'll leave that there for the moment. Let me see where I am. My questions. Let's talk about the lottery retailers in terms of distribution.
Uh-huh.
If one were to look on a map of the distribution of lottery retailers, it doesn't appear to be very well balanced.
Okay.
There's some wards that have more than double the retailers of the ward with the lowest number of retailers. How are you all working to, how do you all even consider distribution of retailers and whether that is equitable across the city? And what about the 60 sports wagering locations specifically? How are you evaluating whether those locations are distributed equitably across the city?
Well, I mean, I think we always want to make sure we have a good, diverse network of retailers geographically, right, across the city, because that's to our benefit to be sort of equally everywhere. But I think the reality is that for us, it's really based on that business, what their goals are, what kind of products they sell, what they want to sell, and when they approach us. We do recruiting, for retailers, but I will tell you, I do equal recruiting across every ward because my sales reps, the sales coordinators, they have recruiting goals and they have their territory. Each one of them has an equal territory across the district and they are responsible for those territories. And so it really sort of just depends on those businesses, what kind of business they are, where you find more convenience stores or grocery stores or bars and restaurants. And also, are they open to selling lottery and selling gaming products? Because that is actually a very sensitive subject for some businesses. It's been a challenge sometimes with Gambit, right? Because we have plenty of bars and restaurants in the district, but not all of them feel like lottery is a fit for their brand. So, we try to be as diverse as we can, but in the end, it really is based on who wants to do business with us. We can't really dictate whether or not, if I get 10 from Ward 5, I'll take all 10, as long as they fit and make sense. We're not going to limit someone because we've got too many in one area versus another one.
Is there some way you determine whether you have too many? Is there such thing as too many or too few?
Not right now. I can tell you at 354, we do not have too many. When the lottery started back in 1982, and I would say that was probably way more than we probably realistically could have. We had almost 800 retailers at that point. And so that's the height of what I think we could get to potentially. I think it's really hard to get there now. Everything has changed so much, but I don't think we're anywhere close to too many yet.
Got it. Do you have insights into why it's the number that there is today, 300 plus?
Mm-hmm.
in that there's been such a decrease over the years?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something to be said. And I hate to go back. Pandemic did shut down businesses for us.
Do you remember how many there were before the pandemic?
Yes. Let me see. I have that list here somewhere. Retail accounts. Okay, so let's see, in 2019, we had 401 retailers.
401?
Yeah. 2020 actually went up a little bit, 412, but I think that's before the pandemic.
Okay.
And then in 21, we said 376. And then some of what we noticed, and we put a note as well in the response, is that in tracking, we wanted to make sure we've done some audits. And so we've cleaned up some of that as well, which reduced the number a little bit.
Okay. And then again, the 22 number is
354.
54.
Or 23, yes, 354.
Okay. And in a similar vein, around the Lucky Lottery mobile truck.
Mhm.
What's the strategy behind where the truck locates?
Yeah.
If
So
you
we
want to just
do
talk broadly about that.
Yeah, we have a couple of ways that we look at that. One is we like to take advantage of anywhere we think there's a good population of people. So a lot of times, we try to go to any festivals or any key events where we're allowed to. I will tell you, we can't always go to all of them because they're in the federal enclave with the Shipstead-Lusac areas, which makes it very difficult. But anywhere that we can, events is one way. So any key events where we know there's population, any places where we know we might have less retailers in that area, we like to go into those areas so that people get more access to lottery. But then we also will go and support retailers as well. And usually we don't sell, but we'll bring the mobile to attract attention and do some promotions at retailer locations as well. And the hope is that we also try to go across the district in different wards and make sure that we have a variety of our locations across the district and not just focus in just one area. So we try to make sure it's.
So when my team looked at the table up where Lucky Lottery mobile truck has gone over the last 6 months, they didn't get the sense that the strategy was to fill in the gaps where there are fewer retailers, which you just mentioned. In fact, I think their observation was that there's only one stop that it made was in the ward with the lowest number of retailers. So I don't know if there's any comment to that, but that I wanted to just share that with you, with the information that the committee reviewed. It also seems that 1/3 of the truck scheduled stops over the last 6 months were canceled.
Yes.
You know why that is?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still coming out of some of the challenges that we had with the pandemic and locations. We have to get permits or be able to get authorization to be in certain locations. Certain other things too have made it a little bit harder for us. I will tell you, like the way that the new bike lanes and the introduction of those have made it difficult for us to find some of the locations where we were able to park before. We can't park anymore. And so it's really trying to find key locations where we can park the mobile and also attract players. And so that's been a little bit of a challenge. But I will tell you this year, because things are much more open and we were able, as you know, last year we were, I don't know if you remember, but we were sort of a little bit halted on our contract as well. So it took time to get that finished and then awarded and then also start. And some of the things that we're also finding.
The contract for the Lucky
Lottery mobile, yes, last year. It was awarded and started last year, but it was later into the season.
Is there a new vendor for that?
No, it's the same vendor. But as always, once the contracts run out, we have to go back through that process. And so we awarded it to the same vendor.
Did the process start as it should have in terms of reprocuring it, or?
I mean, as
why
far as
is
I
it-
know, yes, I think that process started before me, but I believe so. And I think it just sometimes these take a little bit of time through the negotiation and going through some of the legal aspects. So, and then also it took time to then once we get that to get everybody trained and sort of ready.
So
to go.
this is a new contract that began last fiscal year?
Yes, yes.
And how long is the contract?
Let me see. I have to find that for you. Know if anyone is. I'll have to get back to you on the length of it. I don't want to tell you
Okay.
the wrong.
If you could have somebody get back to you. so you
I
can get
think
back
it's
to
in
me.
the responses, but I have to find it. But yes, we can get that to you.
Okay. And I think my team might be telling me it was awarded in April of 2022.
Yeah, that
So
sounds
just
about right.
the details of how long it is. And I'll move on while your team gets that information. You mentioned you have to get permits.
Okay.
Who has to get permits and from whom are they getting permits?
So, you know, to be in certain locations, I think you have to make sure that you get a permit to be on site. I don't think that's for everything, but I believe that you have to get permits for certain locations if you're going to be selling or on site for, you know, a certain amount of time. I believe the contract they're telling me goes through 2027. And it's
so it started in 2022.
Yeah.
And it goes through 2027.
Yeah. So it's I guess a 5-year.
Is it 1 year with 4 options, or is it
1 year with 4?
And who's it with?
Mark Jones, I believe.
Got it. Okay. According to your answers to our pre-hearing questions, the office anticipates adding another 26 lottery retailers this fiscal year. That increase would be substantially larger than past years and would in fact reverse a decline seen in some years. How do you plan to execute such a substantial increase in FY 2023?
Yes, we had to think a lot about that one because we wanted to make sure we didn't make it too aggressive. But and I do think even the number that we have now is a little bit aggressive, but we've implemented new goals for our sales coordinators and are making sure that that's a focus for this year moving forward. I don't believe it was quite as much of a focus in years past. So we're reigniting that focus and really asking our sales coordinators to really amplify their efforts in recruiting when they're out there in the field.
So same amount of staff in terms of team that's going to be working on this, but just ask them to focus on it?
Yes, and actually putting in some more specific goals around that.
Okay. Other than a very slight decrease in terminal sales thus far in this fiscal year in 2023, all other sales seems to be over FY 2022 at this point, other than instant ticket sales, which have decreased by $1.7 million.
Yeah.
What do you attribute this to, and does it concern you to stand on target for the overall program revenue for FY 2023?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now our overall sales, you know, a lot of times I sort of look at the high level, are we overall performing? Because you're always going to have some up, some down, and you just want the overall number. But, you know, so the sales overall is fine. I actually think I would tell you my biggest concern is payouts, because that continues to be sort of a challenge for us. You know, our sales can go up, but if the payouts are too high, then it sort of negates that in the transfer, right? So, but definitely instant tickets. One of the things in my testimony that I focused on and wanted to reiterate is we do have an optimization project on instant tickets. You know, we're very unique jurisdiction in that 70% of our sales are terminal games. And then the rest is instant tickets, and that's flip-flop from the rest of the country for the most part. And so coming in new to DC, I felt like that's really a place we need to focus, and an opportunity for us to really grow is in the instant ticket product category. It is a challenge because it does require our retailers to make sure that instant tickets are stocked constantly. And that is one of the biggest challenges that we're finding, is making sure that tickets are there and stocked. When they run out, they're restocked. And so we're working through with retailers. You know, they have a lot of work and a lot of other things to sell besides lottery. So it's really sort of working with them and partnering and sort of getting them used to really, paying attention to those dispensers and refilling them in a timely manner. But it is a challenge. And I think one of the things we're also working on, and we've changed, is we reorganized the territories for our sales coordinators to make it so that they're much more efficient. They're not having to go across the district to different retailers. They have a very specific territory in a smaller space, which means they can also do more visits. And that's one of the things we're challenging them with, is can we place more visits, particularly at our top selling retailers, to make sure they're the ones that tend to run out. So let's make sure that they're constantly stocked and reminding them and visiting them to remind them to stock their tickets. Other things we've done with instant tickets too is we've looked at our price structures, we looked at the types of games, we've making sure that we have really strategic thinking behind what games we launch and which ones we need every month and how many, and the type of inventory that's out there. And so a lot of work is going into trying to revamp that part of the portfolio and make that work much stronger than it has been in the past. But it is a challenge that we continue to face.
And in terms of restocking, it's my understanding that folks have to order by phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there a way to make it automated?
There is, I believe, well, I don't know that it exists for us right now, but I will tell you what I've seen in other places is that there is the potential for ordering through your terminals in some places. I believe when I came, some of the reasons for the way that we do it is from a security perspective. And there have been issues in the past where we had ordering happening way more for reasons that they really shouldn't have with instant tickets. And so the phone sort of helps us secure that. But that doesn't mean that we can't change that. It's just currently not a functionality that we offer or that we opened up for retailers besides calling in.
Got it. Okay. To date, it appears that only 3 applicants have applied for Class B licenses, though one applicant withdrew their application after a denial.
Yep.
You had indicated that there are, I think, 3 potential applicants with whom the office is having discussions. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
As you pointed out in your answers to our pre-hearing questions, is these are the licenses that tend to be that involve local CBE businesses. So naturally, it concerns me that there's so few. So how many Class B operators does OLG anticipate being operational this fiscal year in FY 2023?
It's always hard to say because the process is not an easy one. When with a Class B operator, you're basically asking a local business to become a sports book and to put into their infrastructure a sports book that includes all the cash and all the security features that come around that, all the technology, everything that has to happen. And we have very strict regulations because we want to make sure that we're protecting players. And so we ask these Class B businesses to make sure, that they are having all the different security and business processes that they need to be successful, but to also protect players. And it's not an easy task, I will tell you, for a Class B to become a sports book. It's just like it's almost like it's not a full casino, but you're asking a local business to sort of bring in something similar to a casino at a much smaller level. And so it does take time. It's not easy. It takes investment. If you talk to some of the Class B operators, I think someone had made a testimony, a comment about over $200,000 to get started. So it does take an investment and also a lot of rigor around it to be able to become a Class B. But what I will say is that's not the only way for someone that's a CBE to be in sports wagering. they don't have to take all that risk on. That's why we have 62 retailers that are Gambit DC retailers. So I want you just to know, I mean, I want to always reiterate, local businesses are part of sports wagering. They are taking part. It's just not through a Class B all the time.
Right. Well, let me ask you about the online application processes for retail licenses for charitable games, because according to your previous responses, it had been delayed.
Yes.
This year, your answers indicated that you expected the application to be launched by the end of the fiscal year. Can you tell us today what has caused the delay and explain exactly where you are in the process, so the committee and frankly the folks who would like to have these licenses can have a higher degree of confidence that you're going to meet your goal in terms of rolling this out?
And you're specific to charitable, right? Not sports.
Yes. Is that
Peter?
Is there just this is the one that you said was delayed. Is there more than one?
Yeah, no, I was just making sure because we
Okay.
were talking about sports that you should.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Peter, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I can answer that. What we're trying to, we went to IT to try to look at a charitable application, but we also have other applications that we have for, obviously for the retailers and lottery. And so what we're trying to do is get a more comprehensive licensing system across the entire OLG. So we don't have these individual, a specific license application for Gambit DC, a specific license application for lottery, a specific license application for charitable games, when sometimes some of the information that we're asking them to provide, especially the identifying information, is the same across the board. And so we're working with the IT department right now to try to find a comprehensive solution for the entire agency. And that's what we're currently working on with them to try to get to that point.
Okay, so do you have a time frame where you are there any greater insights in terms of
our time frame? Yeah, I mean, our time frame in talking to IT is trying to get it completed by the end of this fiscal year, and so that's what we're hoping on, to get that completed. We do have some automation in terms of the Gambit DC and the lottery application, in terms that they can fill those out online, but it's not compatible to do that one with the charitable game. So we're trying to just make it one seamless process.
Okay. Based on information you have provided to the committee, it shows 18.5 current vacancies. It appears that almost 20% of your office's budgeted FTEs and around 1/3 of your positions in the information technology space are unfilled. Is that number that we have accurate still?
Yes, I do have the 18.5. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you all experiencing some challenges in recruiting for the positions? Are there any specific hard to fill positions?
Yes, I think across the board, we continue to sort of be challenged. I will tell you, some of those 18.5 you see on there are going to be changed because they're positions that we don't no longer need. And so we're sort of working through how we change those. But the majority of those are positions that we need, and we are challenged just like pretty much everyone else. And like you heard from the CFO, with recruiting and getting folks applicants. So I can tell you most of the times we barely get very many applications, and the applications that we get sometimes when we get to the interview phase, they've already moved on. So it's just they're moving very quickly, and it's really hard from a recruiting perspective to get applicants.
Let me hone in just a bit on that though, because I don't know that the positions that you're looking to hire for are different than the ones, I suspect they're different than the ones that OCFO is trying to hire for.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just across the labor market broadly, but are there specifics to like IT where you're finding challenges, or is for your agency, it's across the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's across the board because I can tell you since I've been here, I've tried to hire for marketing, I've tried to hire for operations, for regulation, right? Auditors and regulatory, financial, even, and I think it becomes sort of a big challenge. One, because we are a lottery and each state only has one lottery. So a lot of times you have to look at people who have other kinds of experience. They're not going to come in with lottery experience. And so we are competing with private industry in the area, right? IT is one that I always think is a really big challenge in this area. We have all the great IT companies that are in the DMV area that we have to compete against. And so it is a challenge. But I think just overall, we continue to see that the labor market is really strong and people just really are, they have so many choices in terms of where they want to work. And so it is a challenge.
Okay. As you may be aware, the district had an entity that suffered a serious cyber attack last year.
Yes.
So what kinds of safeguards has OLG put in place to protect against potential cyber attacks, and has the agency instituted additional privacy safeguards to prevent data leaks and other important privacy and data protection issues? And how are the vacancies that we just talked about, especially in IT, affecting, if at all, your ability to safeguard the information from cyber criminals?
Yes, no, great question. One of the things with us as a lottery and a gaming entity is that we live and die by the integrity of our games and of our systems. And so even before things like some of the issues that you've seen happen in the district come up, we take our cybersecurity very seriously, and we implement very, very robust cybersecurity platforms to make sure that our data is secure. We take a lot of steps to make sure that people don't get access to data that they shouldn't get. We have our firewalls in place. We also work with the office of CFOs, the Chief Information Officer there, and that platform as well as Ocfo. We have different groups that work with us, as well as our vendor partners. So Intralot and our gaming system providers are required to have a high level of security. They're audited. They provide SOC 1 audits, security audits, and we constantly monitor the security of our systems and implement a lot of different, type of system software and firewalls and different tools to make sure that they are safeguarded.
Okay.
And also we actually keep our gaming system separate from any other system, so it doesn't interface. It's cut off to make sure that no one else can access it.
Got it. Got it. Just following up on that, I'm curious as whether or not you all have received this says the office has received several reports from, I think this question is written wrong. What I want to communicate is around the audit that we got with the Ocfo. Normally there are recommendations that are made to the various agencies, and I'm not sure what my staff has wanted me to ask here, but did you all get any specific recommendations in this year's Ocfo regarding your agency's operations? And if so, can you discuss those with us here and talk about what you're doing to address them?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any audit recommendations, but Craig, do you know?
Sure. Actually, I'm Craig Lindsay, Agency Fiscal Officer. Chairman McDuffie, to my knowledge, we received no recommendations from our independent auditors this year.
Okay. Okay. What about previous years? Any outstanding recommendations? I think specifically there's some recommendations in fiscal year 2022 as well as 2021.
Yeah, if I recall, I don't believe any of them was from our independent auditors. I think those were all auditors of the district, the DC auditor, OIO, Office of Integrity and Oversight, But to my recollection, I don't believe anything from the our independent auditors. I'd have to go back and look just to be sure.
Okay. Let me just
yeah, because I don't call any from them.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a recommendation specifically related to NSF fees. Does that ring a bell?
Right. Yes, and that once again, those are that was the DC auditors. So DC auditors or the Office of Integrity and Oversight were who we received recommendations from, but once again, none from our independent auditors.
Okay, well, let's talk about the DC auditor and their recommendations. The one specifically regarding NSF fees.
Sure. So, we got the recommendation. We took a look at it, and we have not implemented the recommendation because we believe the lottery believes that what we have in place currently is very sufficient. I think we provided that response in two follow-ups. I think there was a follow-up to those initial recommendations that we received. That we subsequently responded again with the same details that we still believe that that what we have in place currently it works for the lottery. I mean, I think part of the recommendation was to assess penalties or interest for NSFs, and I think one of the things that we talked about was the deterrence of retailers in a situation where our retailer base and count is declining. We're not really sure that that's in the best interest of the district. And then also considering at the rate in which we receive payment for those NSFs, meaning the base amount that caused the NSFs to begin with. So predominantly we received it in 24 hours. So we looked at all of that. We don't take recommendations lightly from any auditors. But we do take a look at them, and then we do make the decision to do what's best in the best interest of the district as well as the lottery.
Got it. Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions about CBE spending, and then I'm going to turn to sports wagering. In terms of CBEs, there's also some findings by the auditor around CBEs. And I think this came up last year when we were asking about CBE spending. I think you all were working with DSLBD around some exceptions. I'm not sure if that rings a bell, but as of now, it appears DSLBD says that OLG spent 85.74% of its goal for fiscal year 2022 on SBEs. So break that down for me. What was the goal in FY 2022? And do you agree or disagree with the assessment of DSLBD in terms of the percentage that they say you spent?
Yeah, I think it's sort of an exercise we go through every year, and I work with DSLBD and speak to DSLBD pretty regularly. We actually just talked not too long ago. The goal for 22 was $21,652,893. Our spend so far is $18,565,835. And, we sort of go through this exercise every year where the goal is higher than the actual once we actually look at what true spend and the exceptions. And so they just haven't adjusted that goal yet.
And that's for 2022?
Yes. 2022. 2021, our goal, for just to give you a reference, was $14,741,522. And it was the same exercise in 21. It started higher and it was adjusted. And we surpassed that goal. We had 104.4 0.7%.
104%?
Yes, 104%. Exceeding the goal.
And
we expect that that'll be the case this year too, once the adjustments are made.
what kinds of things are you all requesting be adjusted?
Craig, can you give some detail on that? I know, I think I know, but I want to make sure he's.
Sure, absolutely. So what we adjust, we have to go in and adjust based off of the contracts. I mean, based off the budget spend. So as you know, the goal is set based off of what you budget for contract lines. However, if we don't spend to that ceiling, then we have to go and adjust or request an exception for the amount that we did not spend, which in turn reduces the goal amount. And so when you look at last year, I think last year when we had the hearing for 21, as the director alluded to, I think when we did this hearing, we had a $20.2 million goal, and we were only at 51.4% of that goal. And so now you can see once we did the adjustments for 21, that goal went down to $14 million.
Okay, and is it, when you say that you have a goal and then when you don't spend to that goal, you make adjustments or request adjustments?
Well, it's if I can correct it.
Yeah, please.
If you don't spend to that budget. So we have a budgeted amount, and that goal is determined based off the amount that you budgeted.
Why is the goal not determined? And I guess this is a question for DSOBD, and I'm my staff should be making a note. Why is the goal to the amount budgeted rather than some other goal based on what you anticipate you will spend of the budgeted funds?
Right, and you're right. I mean, it may be a more suitable question for them, but I can give my best logic to it. Is maybe if you're budgeting for a contract that you're budgeting in a contract line item that you don't actually have a contract for yet.
Okay.
So that would be one way I would see something like that being an issue. If
and
we don't have a contract, and then we get that contract awarded in that current year, it's affecting the actual goal, right?
Right, but if that contract is awarded for the amount that is budgeted,
right,
and that contractor spends 35%, then it shouldn't affect the goal as budgeted.
Right. But the goal is developed prior to the budget. I mean, prior to the fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm just honing in on the example you used, and just bear in mind that this is an example.
Yeah.
Under what circumstances would the eventual contract affect your ability to spend what you think you should based off the budget? In other words, let's say you're budgeted for $100 and you issue the contract for $100. Is it that you ask for an exception later when the contractor says, well, we're going to waive this amount, or we ask for a waiver, and then it ends up being 35% of $50 rather than $100?
Well, the goal is the goal is set. It's actually 50%.
50%. I'm sorry,
50% of your expendable budget. Yeah. So using the same example, that $100. Let's say you have $100 in the budget. However, there's no contract issued until midway through the fiscal year. And then once that contract is issued, we only spend half of that $100. Meanwhile, the goal has already been developed using that $100.
Got it.
That's where the exercise at the end of the year comes in to adjust that spend.
Okay. Okay. And the assumption, what happens to the funds that you didn't spend?
They go to the transfer.
That's correct. Yeah.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
They go to transfer.
It goes to transfer.
Yes.
What's transfer?
The transfer to the general fund. So whatever profit, whatever we don't spend.
So that counts towards the underspend.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thanks for those insights.
Mm-hmm.
The auditor also commented on the intralac contract, specifically around CBEs. Can you give us an update to how that is going. What percentage has been expended toward the amount of the CB subcontracting plan through FY 2022?
So let me find the amount.
I believe
In one of the questions, I believe.
it's less than, I think the auditor said the spending was less than 1% through the third quarter of 2020.
Less than 1% of the contract.
Yeah, that was when the audit was conducted, but it's been quite some time since the audit was conducted, though. Updates on how that's going.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, I need to find the exact numbers. I think right now the subcontracting plan for Intralot was 119.5 million. The amount they paid in 2020 is 2.3 million. In 2021, they paid 7.1 million, and then the amount paid in 22 was 8.8 million. At least that's what we have. I would venture that that's more than 1%. I have to do the calculation, but
Is it on track though to meet the requirements under the law?
I think right now they're working with DSLBD. I think the last time, as we were looking at sort of the way that the correspondence was going between DSLBD and Intralot, DSLBD was looking at how much we had spent with them, or how much the revenue they had made, and how much they've spent towards their requirement. And they had identified, I think it was like somewhere around $5 million that they were, if you looked at sort of the trend, they were behind. And so they're working with DSLBD to fix that and make sure that either that's the right number. I think they were challenging some of that with them and making sure that they have the right number, sort of similar to where we talk about what are, pass through expenses versus actual revenue they make. But they've been working with DSLBD to make sure that they are meeting their commitments. They have, again, till the end of the contract to do so. So what I would say is, last from DSLBD is that they communicated to them that they were behind. We also reached out to Intralot and said, we take this very seriously. Please make sure to honor that commitment. And they're working with DSLBD now to.
Can you provide, as a follow-up, any communications around this? You said that they're working with DSLBD. If you all have had any communications around them being behind, I certainly would love to be made aware of the status of those communications and whether they have made any strides toward getting caught up.
Yeah, we can do that. Those are communications between DSLBD and Intralot specifically, but I can always reach out.
You all had those communications?
We do.
Well, you can share them with us. We'll ask DSLBD too, but I'm sure they won't mind you sharing them to the council.
Yep.
Okay. It looks like, based on the information you all have provided pre-hearing, that there are fewer downloads of and I'm talking about sports wagering now, for the Gambit app. There are fewer downloads in FY 2021 than there were in 2020. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, I'm just looking.
There were 23,333 downloads of the mobile app in FY 2022, 7,743 in FY 2023. That's January 30th.
I think the 23,000. Want to make sure that that's not a cumulative number for 2022 versus the actual for that year.
It's fewer in 2021 than there was in fewer in 2022 than there was in 2021.
Yes, I do think that would make sense. Let's see. So yeah, 22, we had 23,000. 2021 was 40,000 total. So in Yeah, 7,000. So yeah,
Is,
that's what we're
is there
showing.
is there an explanation behind that?
I mean, I think you would anticipate that when you first started, right? When you first launch an app and you sort of you launch, you're going to get a lot more people signing on. And then as time goes on, there's less new players to get. So you're going to decline in the amount of apps or download that you get. Also, I will tell you, and you're very familiar with this, we had significant spending in marketing at the beginning, and that has decreased significantly, right? So as we try to make sure that we're profitable, we're not spending as much now as we were before to get those app downloads, which I actually think even if with an increased spend, there's still a limit because we got a lot at the beginning, and then that you just it does tend to go down over time because there's just less players out there to get.
Okay. How many registered users are there?
Yeah, total
So far?
registered users right now, we're almost at 40,000 for Gambit
Okay.
DC. It's like 39,000.
And are those all those almost 40,000? Is there a way that you all determine who's, for lack of a better phrase, an active user versus somebody who just is registered?
Yes, we do. We do track active users that have actual activity, like during the month. And so, and that is a much smaller number than what the registered users are.
You have those numbers, what it looks like? And you do it on a monthly basis?
Yeah, we tracked it pretty regularly. We track those numbers pretty regularly.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find that for you.
Share some of the more recent numbers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see, app downloads. You know what, I have the app downloads, but I don't have the active. So active users, okay, so in December, what I'm being told is 5,000 active users.
Am I waiting on you or?
Oh, I thought I said 5,000 in December.
Okay, so what is 5? I thought you were talking to your staff, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yeah,
what
no,
is-
5,000. Yeah, 5,000 active users.
Okay, in December.
In December, yeah.
And then what was it in November?
Okay,
And is
hold
December,
on a
are those the latest numbers that you have?
Yeah, it's the latest one. We can always get back to you too with monthly, but it varies. So like, for example, I'll tell you during the NFL season, we have the highest number of active users. And then during off seasons where it's like less popular sports, that goes down. It just sort of depends on the activity.
All right. Do you have year over year? Do you, for example, if it was 5,000 December 2022,
Yep.
what was it in December 2021?
Yeah, we can get that to you. But let's see.
And I mean, and frankly, it would be helpful to know the ways that you all are measuring growth, right? So if you all are collecting certain information, analyzing it to make a determination of how well things are going, and
yeah,
maybe you don't have to recreate that wheel. You can just share with us exactly what you're doing and how you're doing it, and provide us with that information.
Yeah, we measure a lot of different metrics, active users. We do, average bet size, number of wagers. There's a lot of different metrics that we look at to determine the success, how much we're retaining, and
So
things like that.
do you
So we
know, I
can
mean, so
provide data.
let's just take the number that you just gave.
Yeah.
December, there were 5,000, and you said earlier that there were almost 40,000 registered users.
Yes.
How do you measure whether that's good or bad?
Yeah,
how
I
do you-
mean, ultimately, Chairman, I look at sales and I look at how is handle going up, our wagers going up, you know, the active users, you know, is that going up proportionally to the registrations? A lot of times with registrations, you get folks who get on to register, but they don't complete the registration. They don't do the final deposit, right? They don't always finish the process that they have to do because for one reason or another, they just decide they don't want to go all the way through the process.
Yeah.
So registrations is one measure, and we want to keep that going, but we also measure like first time deposits and you know, how many active users, like you said, every month, and that will vary depending on the season. So like last year we had this chart that I have at 4,600 in December, and this year we have 5,000 active users. So it does go up, and we want to make sure that that continues to happen over time.
And if you have that year over year, the information, that would be helpful.
Yep, we can get that too.
According to your pre-hearing responses to our questions, Gambit DC has resulted in a transfer to the general fund for FY23 of $696,236. But it's as of December 31st, 2022. When we had asked a similar question last year, you provided us with numbers through January 31st of 2022, which is a month longer. Just so curious as to why that is. And
it's just a matter of the hearing was earlier this year, and we like to make sure we have the final, you know, numbers that we feel good about before we put them into the documentation. I don't know if Craig has the January number now, but it really is just about making sure we got the right numbers for you, as opposed to there's no other reason.
Okay, I mean, it helps for us when we're looking at year over year to get a sense of how things are going.
Yeah, yeah. The last year's hearing was later.
Okay, all right. So based on what the figures that you all have, what do you all forecast is going to be the transfer to the general fund for fiscal year 2023 to date? And how does that compare relative to the same time period last year in FY 2022?
Same time period. I know that we've broken it down by the level, the time period, like what we expected up to this point. Craig, I don't know if you have that.
Or just what the actual numbers are, would be helpful.
Yeah, what we have for this year, it's 2.4 million. Is
thus far as 2.4 million?
Yeah, and that's based off the 23 estimate.
And that's 2.4 million for the entire fiscal 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And how much was it last year?
2.7.
Are you asking how much is the estimate or what was the actual?
Well, tell me both.
So we originally had, I think it was 1.459 was what it was originally for the estimate. And then the estimate went up to the 2.473 for 23. And the actual was 2.7. That's the actual for 22.
Oh, okay, let me make sure I have that. 1.4 was initially the estimate.
Correct.
Yeah, the estimate went up to what?
To 2.4 in 23. Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Okay. And the actual was 2.7.
Correct.
Okay. And why did the estimate go up?
I think what we did was we went back and looked at the decline in a lot of the expenses that were being charged against the implementing of the program. And we felt better that, you know, we could raise the estimates. So that was.
When did you all raise it? At what point did you all raise the estimate?
I have to go back and look and see which I want to think maybe around the December of 2021 revenue estimates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the actual in FY 2021?
there was no transfer in 2021.
That's right.
Right.
So the 2.4 estimate for FY23 is less than the 2.7 actual in 2022. Why is that?
Yeah. When we were looking at the year, we wanted to make sure that we were being conservative in regards to Maryland's impact, not knowing what Maryland was really going to do to our numbers. And so I think, we wanted to make sure that we didn't promise something more than what we believe we could deliver on that. And so right now, luckily, we're not seeing a major impact from Maryland. So the hope is that it doesn't impact us, but we don't know yet for sure in the long run if that's the case.
When did Maryland start?
November. Online mobile started in November.
What's the transfer been thus far for FY23? Well, I guess
that's the 600 and 696. 696,236 is estimated right now through December.
Got it. Is that on track or no?
Yeah, it's 2.3% higher than we were at that point last year. In the same time period.
And looking at that number, the 696, do you all break down where it's coming from in terms of like the mobile revenue versus kiosk revenue versus, do you all break it down in that way?
We have it. We can get that. Yes. I mean, definitely for the sales, the handle piece. Craig, I don't know about how that then translates to transfer.
Yes, I do have it. So we have it broken down between internet, mobile, and retail. And so if you're asking about the actual from for the $2.7 million.
Give me 1 second. Internet, mobile,
retail.
Mm-hmm.
And then last year, internet, mobile, retail was what?
147,278 for internet. 1,843,374 for mobile.
1,843,374. Okay.
And then 727,868 for retail.
Got it. Okay. And then so far in FY 2023.
What? I think I should have that too.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so for 2023.
Yeah.
So I have to adjust my screen.
And I know I've seen these numbers before. I know you all gave them to me, but
yeah, no. It's okay. I just have to adjust my screen. So for internet, $16,012.
Okay.
For mobile, $404,990. And then retail, $275,234.
Got it. Okay. Got it. And just bear with me. I'm looking at the numbers and the percentage mix of the transfers. So it looks like in FY22, retail represented about 27% of the transfer, whereas in FY 2023, that number is higher, and the percentage is higher, at least to date. Is this a trend that you expect to continue in terms of retail's percentage of the transfer, and just it seems like its overall sort of impact on the customer base?
Yeah, I would say we definitely expect it to continue to grow. I mean, mobile for us, because of just the availability of it, will still likely be the biggest one. But I think retail will continue. You know, we're at 62 retailers now. I think we ended 22 with 57. We continue to recruit retailers as much as we can and hope to continue to grow it. So I think
Do you all now expect to continue to grow the mobile?
Oh yeah, and we are.
So,
but the retailer piece, you know, and I think it's hard to look at one quarter and know for sure, you know, how that's going to play out. But for the most part, we see retail, it will vary depending on the month. It'll sometimes be 17%, sometimes it'll be over 20. It just sort of depends. But right now we're hovering around the 20%. And I wouldn't expect that to be very different. You know, but the great thing is, you know, we're really excited to make sure we add as many small businesses as we can, and are excited that they're able to benefit from it.
Yeah, I guess I'm more concerned about, you know, sort of where you see, in looking at the numbers, growth versus what appears to be declining relative to that, you know, retail relative to.
Well, I don't think declining is the right way to look at that. I think retail is growing, so it's taking a bigger part of the pie, but the pie overall is growing from both.
Okay. Is that where you expect it to is that how you expect it to continue? And if so, why not expect mobile to grow with the things that you're doing? Is there an expectation that?
No, I haven't said any expectation that mobile won't grow. I think mobile will grow and it'll continue to grow. We're having a great.
Let me rephrase it then. Let me rephrase the question. Should we, in looking at these numbers, expect the trend to continue that the growth in retail will outpace percentage-wise the growth of mobile?
No, and I'm not sure. I have to look at the numbers to know if that's a true statement. I don't know that retail is outpacing mobile growth. I have to look and just run the numbers. Right now, we're looking at one quarter, I believe, of 23, and I don't think that's enough of a number to look at. I mean, I think, you know, in terms of growth, if we're talking about growth.
So the information we have is for the first quarter 2023?
Yes, October, November, and December.
And there's some things that happen, obviously, in the other months that might impact some of these numbers. Is that your point? Like maybe there's events that Super Bowls and things like that? In terms
right.
Of
like right now, this is the height of football season. Who knows what it's like when it's not height of football? You know, you have to look at sort of the average overall and see, you know, when people are, you know, for example, March Madness is another time, right? We have people that go out to locations and watch games and do all of those things in other periods where they don't. I think it just depends. But I want to make sure it's clear. I don't believe mobile is not growing. I don't want a takeaway.
I misstated that earlier. That's why I rephrased the question in terms of comparison relative to the two, mobile and retail.
Okay. But to be clear, we want all of them to grow. So
Oh, I mean, yeah. So I think this came up earlier about Gambit DC's hold, but it appears that despite a handle increase year over year between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 of 15%, the gross gaming revenue declined by 24%. And OLG highlighted previously that it made Gambit DC's hold more competitive with private operators, so more people would wager. How does mobile and internet gross gaming revenue compare for fiscal years 23 to 22 to date? Well, you know what? I think we just covered that, Graham. Or did we?
GGR is up 8.6%.
Okay, so GGR for mobile is up 8.6%.
Well, I don't have it from. Let me see if I have it from mobile. It's just
Okay.
overall GGR is up.
Oh, got it. We've talked about what's going on around the country in terms of sports wagering. And just if you could, some updates around where things are specifically, to your knowledge, in Virginia and Maryland.
So in terms of Virginia, Maryland, so Maryland, obviously, we just talked about, they launched in November. And so, I believe they're having some good success in driving revenue for the state with their online mobile. And Virginia has been out for a while. And the only thing that I can tell you for them really is, the bill that was reintroduced to change the promotional, the way that they sort of tax their GGR. But other than that, they're both functioning. I showed you the chart of the per capitas for the last fiscal year for Virginia. We don't include Maryland because Maryland just started, so it's too early.
Okay.
But you can see the performance of Virginia for the fiscal year.
Okay, but you do expect the impact of Maryland on the FY 2023 numbers?
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting because everything would have said, yes, we expect it to. And I still think it will, but it may be a little bit of a longer because we're having so much growth that we're not seeing the decline as much. I can tell you that Maryland addresses for us accounted for 15% of our handle. So that's how much we've said could potentially, be gone because they're Maryland addresses. But we haven't yet seen that actually happen. It was like 21% of active players had Maryland addresses. So, we want to sort of make sure that we recognize that there is that risk. But we haven't quite seen that.
Do you know what it was for Virginia prior to its launch? For example, you just mentioned that Maryland represents
8%
of handle. Do you remember what the numbers were for Virginia and whether
I don't have that, but I can follow up.
You follow my question, whether that Virginia's percentage actually bared out once they stood their program up in terms of what we lost? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
Give me a moment, please.
Yep, but we will follow up.
Pardon me for the indulgence.
No problem.
Let's see if I was going to be joined by any of my colleagues before we transition to the final agency. I don't see anybody here. Just one last final in terms of follow-up. You all are going to get us some information around CBE in terms of follow-up. Can you also include in that information how many waivers the agency has requested for fiscal years 21, 22, and 23 to date? And of those waivers, specifically, which were granted into those fiscal years?
I will say for this year, and I believe past year we didn't have any waivers, but we will get you for every year, and I'll confirm the other years.
Okay. And we may have some follow-up in addition to what we've already asked about.
Of course.
All right. I don't have any additional questions actually, you know what? I think my staff may have sent me one additional question. Oh, there was some testimony from Commissioner Patel.
Yes.
I'm not, did you hear her testimony earlier? Were you on? Okay. How do you respond to the concerns that she raised and the recommendations that she made?
Yeah. One, I want to just say, and I commend her for going through that process. It's not easy for most anyone to sort of start a new business in terms of a new sports book. So I'm sure there was a lot to learn. I think for us, one of the things I want to reiterate is we are here as a resource for any ANC, anyone that has questions about sports betting, the regulations, anything that they would like to know, any help that they would like, we are here. I understand she has some difficulty finding someone. I don't know why that is. I think we may have eventually spoken with her, but as the executive director, she can always feel free to reach out to me, and I will make sure that we.
If somebody wants to say an ANC commissioner has a person who is pursuing an application, Class B, what are the resources that currently exist? If they were to, is there anything provided to the ANC commissioners or civic association?
I mean, we've made some presentations to ANCs in the past, but there's not any particular specific things that we provide only to ANCs. I mean, I think the thing I want to make sure is clear is every ANC is different, and each one is going to have a different concern. They're going to approach it differently, right? We have other Class Bs that have already gone through this. They've gone through this process and they seem to be fine. They didn't sort of have some of these issues and concerns. Okay. And so I think each one is going to be its own unique situation. I did look at the recommendations that she was making. And again, those are very specific and unique to what they would like in their situation. I would tell you as a private operator, a lot of those would be very restrictive and would have an impact on their business and the revenue that they're going to drive. So I think it really is going to be dependent on sort of each ANC and what their concerns are.
Well, I mean, but if they agree to these in the agreement, and obviously this overlaps with, I want to call it ABRA, but there's a new acronym for the agency. But so this is all you all in terms of enforcement here.
Yes.
So if they agree to it, who's responsible for making sure they do what they agree to?
The ANC is. That's not a settlement that we made. So one of the things I would love for Commissioner Patel is to sort of work with us and truly understand what we do to regulate. Several of the things that she has on here, we actually do regulate these guys, and we ongoing monitor how they operate and make sure that they're operating and protecting players.
Right. So let me just ask though, let me make sure I understand something. I asked who is responsible for ensuring that the licensee who has agreed to something in the settlement agreement actually complies, and you said the ANC is.
That's a settlement, in my understanding, it's a settlement agreement with them. So that, would not be ours, not ABRA, and I don't know what the acronym is responsible for.
Go ahead. You can
for sports wagering enforcement, and I guess including the ANC settlement agreement. But that's new for me. That's a new learning. But yeah.
Okay. The license is issued by whom? Which entity?
The Class B license is issued by us.
And ABRA enforces the license that you issue?
No.
I thought you just said that.
They are responsible. I think a good point. Let me have Ridgely Bennett, the chief counsel, answer that.
Okay.
He's probably do a much better job than me. Ridgely.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ridgely Bennett. I am chief counsel of the Office of Lottery and Gaming. I agree it is confusing. ABRA is actually responsible for issuing a sports wagering endorsement to the alcoholic beverage license. To get the endorsement, you must go through the ANC process and any settlement agreement. ABRA is responsible for all of that, just like they're responsible for an entertainment endorsement on an alcoholic beverage license or other endorsements. The lottery is responsible for issuing the sports wagering license. So we have the authority to enforce our statute and the rules and regulations regarding how that business is operating. It does not include the ABRA settlement agreement. However, ABRA can take action against the alcoholic beverage license if the licensee does not comply with the settlement agreement.
Right. And that is my understanding. I guess my question back to you all would be, particularly given Executive Director Suarez's observation that the recommendations proposed by Commissioner Patel and agreed to by the Class B licensee would be restrictive. If, in your expertise, this would be restrictive, what, if any, communication happens between the agencies when ABRA is considering the endorsement?
So we have a very good working relationship with ABRA, and I keep calling them their own acronym. I know that they have changed.
Yeah.
And so we do have communications back and forth about who has requested a sports wagering endorsement. And we also let them know who has applied for a sports wagering license if that location has an alcoholic beverage license attached to it. And so there is communication, so we're happy to provide any information that ABRA would like. And, we have attended some of the ANC meetings in the past. So there is communication between the two agencies, most definitely. Yes.
Okay. No, I'm curious because, obviously Commissioner Patel has testified that she feels like the process was rushed. She even, said that they felt bullied. She's referring to the commissioners and perhaps others impacted by this, which is deeply concerning for me and the committee. And I would want to better understand what that communication between the commission and the lottery looks like when these things are under consideration. So I think this is a good place for us to end, but also to decide that there's follow-up necessary, both for clarity's sake, but also to make sure that we can shed some light as a committee on any questions that are outstanding from the ANC, because what happens in Ward 2 is could happen somewhere other place when an application comes up before the lottery or an endorsement application comes before the Alcohol and Cannabis Commission. So I'll end it there. And y'all know if you have any other further comment, but I don't have any additional questions. Anything else you'd like to add before we transition?
Yeah, no, just one comment on that. I just want to make sure it's clear that, and we would ask Commissioner Patel, that the source of the bullying and all of that is not from OLG. I don't think we get involved in those situations. And then the only other thing is, again, I want to just reiterate because, Ms. Minton mentioned several things in her testimony, and I want to be clear that we present facts, and that's what we give you. She had mentioned that we were not being factual, and I want to be very clear that I'm providing facts and data that are true. And I would love to have seen Ms. Minton provide one data point that was accurate, because none of what she provided was. And that's it. I think, thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate the engagement, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
And thank you, and thanks to the team, and thanks for the public witnesses who testified as well. Good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The final agency we're going to hear from today is the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. This is the first year that the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission is under the purview of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. The commission is tasked with the role of providing real property assessment appeal hearings for the district. It's also referred to as Rptac, if you hear me mention that acronym. Rptac's goal is to ensure that appellants who appear before it, real properties are assessed at 100% of market value based on properties in similar size and utility, so that an equitable tax burden is shared. I am going to turn to our government witness, as we did not have any public witnesses sign up to provide testimony about the commission. So, good afternoon to you. I don't want to just simply call you by your first name, I guess it's you, but I would love to have you just let me know how to pronounce your last name. It's good to see you. And I'm not sure if Chairperson Williams is here for support or provide testimony, but I'm going to turn it over to you. Say good afternoon, and you can begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you.
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Man, I gotta get back used to doing this, but I'm going to swear you in, as I do all the witnesses who appear before government and other government affiliated witnesses who appear before the committee. So if you could raise your right hand.
If I may, Chairman McDuffie, I just would like to also introduce Chairman Trent Williams, who's on the panel, as well as the agency's fiscal officer, Cassandra Fields. And I would respectfully request that they also be sworn in for today's hearing.
And I will oblige your request if you all would raise your hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm just will acknowledge that Ms. Fields is nodding in the affirmative.
I do.
And I think I heard, yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us and bearing with us this afternoon. I'm going to turn it back over to you to provide your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Gazacho Ndarga, and I'm the Executive Director of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, also known as Rptac. I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you to discuss the performance of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission for fiscal years 2022 and 2023. For tax year 2022, season ending September 21st, 2022, the Commission received a total of 7,376 cases. 5,902 were Class 1 residential valuation cases, and 1,474 were Class 2 commercial valuation cases, including mixed use. There were 32 classification cases and 52 homestead cases. This caseload was on par with tax year 2021. Of the 7,376 tax year 2022 valuation cases we received, 118 were resolved with stipulation agreements, and 1 was withdrawn, leaving 7,257 cases that the Commission decided last tax year. Rptac has made adjustments to better engage our petitioners, staff, commissioners, and hearing examiners in order to ensure that all needs are met. I'm happy to report that there is a steady increase in the number of property owners using File and Serve Express to file their petitions, demonstrating the importance of this contract investment in increasing efficiency and convenience. In tax year 2019, there were 4,210 cases filed electronically. And in tax year 20, 5,140 cases were filed electronically. And in tax year 2021, there were 7,042 cases filed electronically. Every year, the Commission is seeing an increase in electronic filings, and tax year 22 was no different. Last year, 7,203 cases were filed electronically, 98% of all cases. Other technology-based process improvements include continuing to use WebEx as the virtual hearing platform. This platform facilitates efficiency because there is no lag in between hearings. Commissioners, hearing examiners, and petitioners can smoothly transition between cases and make better use of their time if they finish hearings earlier than scheduled. For example, commissioners and hearing examiners usually use surplus time to deliberate and draft decisions, which helps to reduce backlog during the busier periods of the tax season. These and other efficiencies are vital at a time when there is a steady demand for Rptac services. Tax year 2022 concluded with 45% of cases completed by the annual February 1 deadline. This is lower than previous years and was due to the significant increase in cases and the fact that there was not a full slate of full-time commissioners and hearing examiners during the appeals season. As the committee is aware, last year, Rptac only had the chairperson join in the middle of the season and a newly appointed full-time commissioner at the end of the season. Though Rptac had 2 new hearing examiners, it did not make up for the gap in capacity, where we started the season with 6 commissioners and hearing examiners and ended with 7. In addition, longtime Vice Chairman Richard Amato passed away after nearly 15 years of service with Rptac. His passing further reduced capacity. The current year, tax year 2023, has been much more successful. Even though we operated without a vice chairman, Rptac rehired the 2 hearing examiners from the previous tax year and had budget to hire 2 new hearing examiners, both of whom started in November last year. These hirings, in combination with the new chairperson and full-time commissioner, have been extremely impactful. I am pleased to report that Rptac completed the current tax year on January 31st, before the February 1st statutory requirement deadline. This was accomplished due to one material fact that the caseload was much less than in previous years. Rptac received 5,901 cases, about 1,400 cases less than the previous 2 years. This leads to the expectation that the current internal capacity of 9 commissioners and hearing examiners is sufficient to meet that caseload amount. But if more cases are submitted, similar to previous years, additional capacity will be required to meet statutory obligations. Finally, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, MOTA, is considering candidates for the vice chairman position. We hope to have that position filled before the summer. This concludes my testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you, and I will take any questions that you or the committee may have at this time.
And thank you for your testimony. I do have a few questions for you. As is common, I normally begin my oversight hearing, performance oversight hearings with questions around racial equity. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the first time that we're having a hearing on the commission before this committee with me as chairman. And although I explained briefly what Rptac is tasked with doing in terms of your mission, I do want to just give you another opportunity to talk about the commission's objective. And then I'll have a follow-up likely. Just in terms of what you all's objective is, in terms of the assessments, can you just give briefly to folks who are less familiar with the commission, what it is that you all do?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chairman. The Real Property Tax Appeals Commission is the second level where property owners in the city have the ability to appeal their real property tax assessments. It is about this time of the year that individual property owners will be receiving letters from the Office of Tax and Revenue, where they will receive the dollar amount at which their property is assessed at, the dollar amount at which their property is assessed at. There are 3 levels to appeal, and this is one thing that I always like to remind folks, is that they can legally appeal their taxes. Most people are unfamiliar with this fact. But in that letter that they received from the Office of Tax and Revenue, it clearly states that if they choose to appeal it, that is, if they believe that their property value, the assessed property value is too high, they can submit an appeal form to OTR, that is at the first level, where they can have a discussion, a hearing with their assessor directly, provide any evidence that backs up their claim that the property is taxed too high or is assessed too high. After that, they will receive a written decision from OTR, either accepting those evidences and lowering the assessed value or maintaining it. The process doesn't start there. If the property owner is still dissatisfied with that decision, then they can appeal at the second level at the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, where the same evidence and the case is brought before typically 3 commissioners and or hearing examiners who will hear that case. And the responsibility, the obligation of Rptac is to determine whether or not the Office of Tax and Revenue erred in their assessment responsibilities. It is, and that is mainly it. That is specifically what our responsibility is.
Okay, and then you used 2 terms. You said the petitioner's case could on the next level goes to typically, I think you said 1 to 3 commissioners or hearing examiners. Is there a difference between commissioners and hearing examiners?
Thank you for that question. No, there is no difference in terms of capacity, knowledge, and ability. It's purely a title difference, meaning that commissioners are full-time employees and they are nominated to those positions by way of the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments. Council will then, if they agree with these individuals' certifications and merits, then they will approve that nomination. The hearing examiner, same for the most part, same qualifications, diverse qualifications, ability to do the job, but they are directly hired through Rptac. And even more specifically, they are hired for a 6-month period where Rptac is responsible during that tax appeals season. That is our busy season, which we know, as you heard from my testimony, should end on February 1. So they're typically hired between for 6 months. So it should be September, typically September 1 through February 1.
Okay. And to be clear, the Appeals Commission hears both residential and commercial property tax appeals?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of the time frame that you all have to review appeals, is there a difference between commercial and property, commercial and residential property appeals?
Yes, statutorily, there is a requirement that once a hearing is had for either residential or commercial property, that a decision must be written and submitted back to the petitioner within 30 days for a residential owner and 80 days for a commercial property owner.
Okay. And how many times do you all meet to discuss administrative matters?
We are required statutorily to meet 4 times in the year, and we typically do that in the beginning of at the end of the fiscal year, beginning of the new fiscal year. So September, October, November, and December. And we usually discuss matters regarding scheduling. There may be some discussion around process, but it's primarily an opportunity for commissioners to discuss any kind of administrative issues and for staff to update them on how the season is going and to encourage the completion in a timely fashion.
Yeah, and the authorizing statute for the commission allows it to raise or lower the estimated market value of any real property if it's above or below a certain threshold, a certain percentage after the assessment process. Can you talk a little bit about that and what that percentage is?
I would like to bring in my chairman at this point as the expert on the panel.
Absolutely. Good afternoon to you, Chairman Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you so much for this time and this opportunity. With our tasks, we are also tasked to make sure that we reach a threshold if we decide to change the value of the assessed value. And that must be more than 5% above or below the OTR's value. And the thought is, we assume that if we're looking at a value that is within 5%, then it is a similar value and does not warrant a change.
Thanks for that. I asked about residential and commercial and just making sure that anybody at home listening who's less familiar with this process understands that both appear before the commission. And you mentioned how many days after completion of a hearing the commission has to decide these matters, and I think that's important. You also mentioned the numbers in terms of how many matters came before the commission. Can you just, if you don't mind restating that?
Are you asking about how many cases come before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this tax year that just ended, tax year 23, we had just over 5,000. In previous years, in the previous 2 tax years, we were closer to the 7,400 mark.
Okay, and do you all have a breakdown of how many of those cases are residential versus commercial? Y'all collect the data in that way?
Yes. I'm looking at the questions that you sent over. So in this tax year 23, commercial properties were 4,546. Residential properties were 1,305. Apologies. Those numbers should be reversed. So the residential properties are 4,546. Commercial properties are 1,355. And tax year 22, residential properties were 5,902 and commercial properties were 1,474.
Got it. Thanks. All right. Let me just go on to my next question. You all have I don't know if you all provided this to us, but I'm curious. I know you provided the numbers that you just mentioned to us, but in terms of geography, is there a way to ascertain sort of a breakout of where the appeals are coming from geographically in the city? I'm curious just because I think a lot of homeowners, I shouldn't say a lot, I mean, everybody gets a tax bill, and we obviously need homeowners to pay it. But some residents are less well-resourced when it comes to challenging assessments. And my question is just prompted by wanting to have a sense of what that might look like. Who are the homeowners who are actually appealing their assessments in the District of Columbia? And I guess that you can answer it if you have the information. If you don't, this might be something that we'd ask some follow-up on.
It's a fair question. We don't actually have that information. We do have square and lot numbers. We will have addresses, but in terms of actually plotting that out, like it's not done by ward. So we have addresses, and square and lot numbers. But in terms of plotting that out, we don't have that information
Okay.
currently.
Okay. And just getting back to some of the racial equity work, I think last year in responses to the council committee that had oversight, the commission said it planned to conduct a racial equity training for all commissioners and staff in cooperation with the mayor's office of racial equity. Did that occur? And if so, how would you describe the training and its effectiveness?
We actually haven't had that training. I've had a conversation with staff at CORE, preliminary conversation to get a better understanding as to how we might be able to incorporate racial equity at the internal level.
Okay.
As I've said, as we've mentioned before, the commission is only able to determine whether or not OTR aired. That's a very narrow bailiwick. And so with that, because there is no racial equity component with regard to the assessments, that's not something that can be considered
at
our level.
No, I understand. And what I've typically asked is sort of two-part question around measuring performance in terms of equity. You know, what are agencies doing internally in terms of zone policies, staffing, training, hiring, evaluations, and externally? I think the external part is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
In other words, the commission has no authority to consider racial equity as a part of your operations and the cases that you see on appeal.
That's correct. I think if we did anything internally, that is with staff and commissioners, it would be, kind of training on awareness of racial equity. In terms of how that might impact the professional landscape, I think it will be limited. But we are continuing those conversations with CORE to see how we can better incorporate things at the staff level.
Okay.
If I may, I
sure.
would also add that we do have training courses along those lines that I am aware that myself and other commissioners have taken. Those are courses that include bias and discrimination, courses that include appraiser bias and equal treatment. And so we're aware of some of the issues that exist out there, and we are taking steps to be knowledgeable in those factors.
Okay. And then just on the external component of my question, I am aware of, legal barriers that both to any existing authority in your authorizing statute that might prevent you from going beyond your mandate and mission. But I mean, I'm aware that there are agencies that ask questions related to demographics, race, and otherwise for people to respond voluntarily. Is that not something that you all could consider that might inform who the individuals are who are seeking some sort of relief before the commission?
Yeah, I mean, I have thought about that, and I think if it were dubbed as a voluntary information, it would be a start, at least, to kind of see racial demographic.
Yeah, and I think this might be an area appropriate for the commission to engage with the mayor's office on racial equity to see if they have the capacity to provide some sort of assistance here. What I'm not hearing a lot of agencies that have come before us discuss specifically what and how they are engaging with the Office of Racial Equity in terms of developing a tool to measure performance. And so maybe there's some other areas that you might be able to get some assistance from them on as it relates to this particular issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if issue is the right word, but I think it just might be an opportunity, frankly, to inform some of the work that's happening before the committee if you're asking certain questions and allowing individuals to respond on a voluntary basis. We talked with the Office of Lottery and Gaming before your hearing, and the executive director mentioned that I believe that was the right agency. But there are a number of agencies that do this, and DSWD and some others also do it. So throwing that out there for your consideration, please let us know if there's some follow-up in any way the committee might be able to assist with this.
Appreciate that.
Okay. And one of the reasons that I'm asking the question, I think it's, I mean, there's no secret that the city has a racial wealth gap. And one of the ways historically that individuals have pursued wealth in this country is through property ownership, both residential and commercial. And I'm curious, and I think the city would benefit from understanding who the individuals are who are seeking relief, and whether there's any correlation or nexus between means, financial means, and the decisions that people are making to seek appeals before the commission. So I will leave that there, and as another question. One of the commission's key performance indicators is a number of public information sessions on the tax appeal process. What's the target audience of the 4 sessions that the commission holds each year? And do you have a rough estimate of participation by ward?
So I believe I answered that question from the perspective of the 4 administrative meetings that are held in the late summer through through fall.
Okay, so those administrative meetings are the same as the public information sessions?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And who's the target audience?
It's actually open. So we advertise it on our website. We advertise it through the DC Register. And it's open to the public, whether they be residential owners, commercial property owners. It makes no difference to the commission.
And have you all looked at participation and determined, where in the city people are coming from? You all have a breakdown by ward? Any information like that?
We, as a matter of fact, those administrative hearings, and this has been the case, I think, for some time, are not, they're not heavily attended by the public.
Okay.
But I think anecdotally, in my role of setting the schedule for hearings, there, in knowing the city and having been a district government worker for some time, looking at the addresses, there seems to be fewer cases, residential cases at least, coming from wards 7, 8, and 5 to some extent as well. And so in trying to address that gap, I have sent emails to ANC commissioners, specifically in Ward 7 and 8, these, informing them of of this process, and that Rptac is a part of this process. It's not just at OTR where petitions can be made, but it's also at the second level. I'm actually preparing to do that again in early March. These OTR letters are preparing to go, are coming out. As a matter of fact, my wife and I just got ours today. So we'll be sending out, the commission will be sending out letters, emails to SMBs in Ward 7 and 8, asking for the opportunity to present so that they're aware of this second level appeals opportunity.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you all are going to do some further outreach. I would love to work with you and your team on some targeted outreach, because I would love to see a better response from residents in wards 7 and 8, and as you mentioned, to a lesser extent, Ward 5, to make sure they have access to information, they're aware of the commission, what you all do, your authority, and they're aware of this information so that their constituents, if the circumstances warrant it, will avail themselves of the appeal before the commission. So I definitely would love to work with you all on that.
Certainly.
All right. There was a cyber attack on one of the entities within the DC government. I'm not sure if you heard about it, but it's prompted me to ask other agencies, what, if anything, they're doing on the technology side to prevent cyber attacks. And if it's worked through Octo, then just let us know. But has your agency, has the commission had any interactions with Octo or otherwise independently to make sure you are appropriately protected against cyber attacks, and the information, the personally identifiable information that you all have in your records?
No, we've never been contacted by Octo regarding any, PII or threats of PII being made public.
Okay. In terms of your understanding of how your information is stored and whether you're protected against a cyber attack, who would you turn to just to confirm that is the case, that you all have sufficient technological protections against what happened in a different entity?
We actually, our servers are secured through Okta.
Okay.
This is not the case, I believe, prior to me becoming the director, it was done separately. And then Octo, a couple of years ago, approached us and made the recommendation that we should be on their servers and protected through their security. And we obliged, and we've been under their protection, at least for the past 2 years.
Okay. In terms of the annual comprehensive financial report that is conducted by the independent auditor in concert with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Office of the Inspector General, do you all have occasion to interact with the auditing team at all? Or no?
We've interacted with the DC auditor. Is that who you're referencing?
No, I mean, the DC auditor is a different entity. The council actually appoints the auditor. This is just a part of something different. And it sounds like perhaps you all were not engaged in that process.
No, we are audited every 3 years by the DC auditor, and we just finished an audit, and I believe we'll be getting their report in the spring.
Okay. Then maybe we'll respond to this after you all, or I'll follow up after this most recent audit is concluded and published by the DC auditor.
Sure.
So I'm sure downtown is facing, I think the whole city in terms of some of the challenges we're seeing as a result of the pandemic, but downtown in particular is facing significant challenges with the high commercial office vacancy rates. And last week, the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development indicated that there could be further deterioration in assessed values as additional leases come up for renewal in the next couple of years. I raised some concerns earlier with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, specifically with the CFO, Lee. what, if any, role or does the Appeals Commission have in just the process of, I guess I'm thinking about the state of downtown office and commercial vacancy rates, and thinking about what, if any, role the commission has as we think about what's going on downtown.
Again, I think the commission's role is quite narrow. So I don't think that we'll have much role other than if commercial property owners appeal their taxes. And I believe a lot of them have been, because of the case that you've just elucidated, that there may be future increase in the number of.
Yeah, and that's maybe a better way to put it, actually, is, I think I was a bit inarticulate in my question. I think a different way to ask the question is, of all the numbers that you've already provided in terms of the amount of appeals, when it comes to the commercial property appeals, are there any pandemic related trends that you all are seeing in the amount of cases that you're seeing?
I'll let the chairman answer that question. He seems to be nodding his head as if.
Thank you very much. Again, I think you've hit the nail on the head. There are certain sectors of the market that might thrive during a pandemic. There's other sectors of the market that will be impacted in a negative way. For example, one trend that we've seen that has had a positive impact is residential, multi-family residential or apartments. They are doing pretty well in the district. But as you mentioned, offices are seeing higher vacancies and higher challenges as we may have our meetings more virtual and not go into the office. And so, in a sense, what the commission can do, if it came before us and we found during our deliberations that, for example, the Office of Tax and Revenue has not gone far enough, the anticipation is that the Office of Tax and Revenue will analyze the market data and make the adjustments that are necessary from the impact of the pandemic. If it's then appealed to us and we review the OTR's work, and for example, we feel that for a certain building, they haven't used a high enough vacancy rate, then that's our opportunity as a commission to make an additional change. But at the same time, if we feel that the OTR has made adequate adjustments, then as was mentioned by the executive director, they have not erred and our hands are somewhat tied. And so is there an impact? Yes. It would be in a case where the OTR has erred based on potentially not going far enough with their calculations.
Okay. Not to confuse people who are less familiar with this, perhaps watching at home, because the business before the council is must-see TV. You mentioned multiple levels. First level with OTR, second level with the Appeals Commission, and the third level lies with whom?
The third level lies with the DC Superior Court, and it doesn't happen often of all the cases that come through Rptac where they make their way to the third level. I should also mention that there is a half step in between there. If the petitioner is dissatisfied with Rptac at the second level, Rptac's decision, they can request a rehearing.
Yeah.
And rehearings are, again, not very many. Last year, for example, I think we may have had, and the chairman can correct me on this, I think it was maybe about 30 or 40 rehearings of the 7,000 cases that we received.
And this is, if I may, this is where the commission has erred. In other words, while we are very much in agreement to allowing any type of rehearing, but what we're tasked with is that in the commission's decision, we have erred.
Okay, and then just, so there's the rehearing process, and do you know how many cases were reheard? Did you say that already?
So last year it was no more than 40. It was between 30 and 40 cases where there were rehearings.
Okay.
And during rehearings, both the chairman, the vice chairman, and one of the original panel members from the first, second level hearing will be present.
Okay, and how many cases, if you know, were appealed on the third level to Superior Court?
That number I do not have. By the time we've gone through the rehearings, it moves on to the third level, and we don't touch it. But
so you all are not participants in the third level review of Superior Court?
we are not, because and the chairman can correct me on this, but the issue is with OTR ultimately. So it's the petitioner versus OTR, and DC Superior is the mediator in this regard. Got it.
Okay. I actually don't have any additional questions at this time. Is there anything else that you would like to add to the record before we adjourn?
Nothing on my end, Chairman.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you providing testimony. You both providing testimony this afternoon. I want to thank all the witnesses who appeared before the committee today, both government witnesses, but especially the public witnesses who've taken time out of their schedules to provide testimony to the committee. We appreciate it. This marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing. The committee will convene again at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, March 1st, to discuss the performance of the Public Service Commission, the Office of the People's Counsel, the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration. Actually, I think that should be a different name now that it's updated, and the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. next Monday to sign up with the committee to testify. With that, the time is 3:23 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.